while me and Resla are debating, I apologize if I don't say hello, but it's simply because I think it's fair for me anyway to turn the chat off so I'm not distracted from the conversation. So,
All right,
anyway,
so you can go do what you want to do. I just want to talk to my chat real quick about the simulcast.
yeah, carry on. Okay, guys. So leopard print. Yeah, no distractions. Makes sense. Mad Duck, absolutely. I mean, Resla's having a quick chat to his chat. It's so if anybody, so mods, I'm completely trusting you. I'm blind for a couple of hours. Yeah. So I'm trusting you completely with the chat. You know, to salute everybody that comes in, say hello. And obviously, if anything else happens, I will trust your judgment. You're completely in control tonight. So until we stop debating anyway. So I'm sure you'll be just fine. I'm still, okay, sweetheart. All right, leopard print. God, I'm having hot flushes. Hot, cold, I'm cold. Fan off. Middle age sucks, guys. Yeah, the weather's changing in England. It's getting a lot colder. So I was cold when I was getting, I thought, yeah, this is not going to be enough. Put my jacket on. Hey, Crab. Well, Crab, I'll do the best I can. Resla's a very intelligent man. Burden of proof. Hello. And also it depends on our questions because, you know, sometimes we're given random questions that are tailored for both of us by Resto. So some of these questions I'm not 100% sure about. So I think I'm going to be feeding off Resla, definitely 100%. So I'll do my best. Hey, Seagull, how you doing, my love? Hope everything's well. Killshot, your little things that you sent me just cracked me up today. I just seen them. Hope all's well with everybody. El Picasso. I'm excited. I'm nervous. I've got all the going on inside, guys. Because I think Resla is going to be a very worthy opponent. And guys, there may be a surprise for the male versus male. Oh, hey, Crab, don't forget, I can see you in both chats. You're batting for both teams. I'm not muted. Can you hear me, guys? I'm muted. Oh, no, that's in Resla's chat. What was I going to say? Yes, I'm going to organise, and I'm not sure when, the ultimate male versus male. It won't be on the usual Sunday night format because my brother is not going to be available on the Sunday night stroke Monday morning. So we will program it for another day. Maybe it's Saturday night, I don't know, but that will be the ultimate sibling rivalry. And that's going to be my hardest one because obviously my brother knows me inside out and he's just so intelligent that what was that? When you're ready, I will take you on, Mel. Killshot, if you want to debate, you're going to have to wait in line a little bit. But yeah, absolutely. We've got Resla tonight, obviously. Kev, I thought you were live, my darling. Resla's telling peace people to vote for him or never come home. El Picasso, thank you, sweetheart. Let Resla say whatever he wants to say. To his people. I wouldn't say that to you lot. Yes, so there will be in the future soon a debate between my brother and I. Now, my brother is just, his intelligence is beyond me. So I don't fancy my chances in that one. But I wasn't. Right, okay, Killshot. We can't do that online, darling. I can't even hear Resla talking over there. Oh, he's on mute. I wonder if he can hear me. Resla, you're on mute, darling, in your chat. People can't hear you. I got it separate simulate. What? I don't know what that means. Resla is live on his own too. Oh, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. God, fan on, off, fan on, off. Got me sweeties ready just because I get hungry. Yeah. So, can you not hear him? Hey, Lauren. Oh, he had to start a new live right with you. No, I've never done it before either. I wouldn't have a clue how to do it. But I can see he's definitely got he's definitely streaming me because it says here top. Hey Jess, hi sweetheart, hope you're well. No, maybe they can hear. Hey Romana, how are you, sweetheart? Oh, you can't hear him. All right, when he comes back here, I'll tell him. So you can hear him on his. I don't know. Can you hear him on his or not? He's just he's just getting his like I said, when he comes back here. Romana, I'm good, darling. I'm a little bit anxious because these things make me anxious, but it's good. And you know, one of my tricks is that I listen to the Rocky IV soundtrack while I'm getting ready before a debate. And the reason why I do that is because I don't know if any of you, hey, Caucasian Sasquatch, hello, working on it. All right, darling. It's a good anxious. Yes, it's a good anxious. But the reason why I play the Rocky IV soundtrack is because I grew up on the Rockies, right? And I remember with the music in the film, it always used to make me want to get up. Me and my brothers used to want to beat the crap out of each other. You know, like Rocky, there's something about that music, isn't there, that just kind of gets you all like, yeah. And that's what I did. Hey, not that, Christine. Hey, Sam. Eye of the Tiger and Hearts on Fire. That was one of my favorites. Hearts on Fire. That one. So I love. Is this a date or a debate? Kitchen Man, who knows? We'll see how it pans out. All debates are different, guys, you know, depending. Oh, I love the Rocky films. Ramona, I grew up on the Rocky films. And like I said, it doesn't matter how many times I watch them, I always thoroughly enjoy them. So that's what I was doing while I was getting ready, bouncing around my house, like spying myself. Can you ask for a fast description of what audience expected to take place or what the goal is that attempting to be achieved? Okay, burden and proof. So like I said, each debate is different. So I think the end goal is to discuss Killshot. I'm doing to bring the chat off soon. Is to discuss the topics so we could either sway each other's minds or sway the audience to to who they agreed with. That's basically it. So if you think, hey Resla, have you sorted your sound out, darling? Hey there.
Yes, I have. It's a new experience. Had to explain a couple of things because we've never done it before. But yeah,
okay,
we're good.
Right, I'm turning the chat off now, guys. I turning the chat off, guys. Here we go. So, guys, mods, keep an eye on the chat. That's off. Okay, let me get the questions, Resla. We can get started if you're ready.
Okay. Originally, I thought we were going to have mods and they were going to randomly choose stuff. But if you want to go through them, we can just go through them. No, this is a date. This is officially a date now.
It is officially a date. Someone said, "Is this a date or a debate?" I said,
"Let's get sophisticated." Here we go.
Let's get sophisticated. Damn, you got the look down.
Yeah.
Okay, first questions. In your opinion, is there sufficient and correct representation of each other's cultures in mainstream media? How does American or British media portrayal affect the public's views on each other? So,
okay.
Did you want to get started, or did you want to?
No, ladies first.
All right, darling. Well, my take on mainstream media and how it portrays different countries across the world is that the mainstream media are biased propaganda designed to stir shit up. I think they're arbiters of hate. They manipulate and divide through hate. I think that with mainstream media, it's extremely political. As we well know, certain governments will have financial incentives for mainstream media, as certain parties will have financial gains for mainstream media. I want to make an example of the Trump versus, I think it's CBS, that he's taking them to court for a $10 billion for election interference. The BBC in England, a government propaganda arm. The Democrats in America are paying mainstream to push an agenda, and it's the same here over here. Obviously, I can't elaborate on the British politics, but it's mainstream media, and I think people are opening up their eyes to it, are shit stirrers. They do not report the truth. They have an agenda.
No, I agree. I'm looking at, let me go ahead. I should have did my due diligence. Or I should let me pull up the actual question myself. It's only fair. We're both should be looking at the same question.
No worries, darling.
But as far as what you're saying about the media, I will agree in the fact that you're absolutely correct in the fact that they are shit starters. But if I'm trying to remember the question in the way it was stated, it was
stated that how does the mainstream media represent our country?
Represent each other's cultures when it comes to media.
Yeah.
So let me go a little bit of a different route instead of just talking about how the things look in terms of politics, because that's really when we start really getting into the whole shit show. I would say, just in references to how we look at each other in different cultures, we don't see each other the same way. Now, when I say that, I'm thinking about cultural exchanges. I think about the way how the differences between America and when it comes to British cultures, it's already portrayed, at least through the media, as being something almost on the opposite ends of each other. So this is what I mean. We have stereotypes that portrayal pretty much. I'll even say for European, you guys are looked at as pretty much very reserved, or you have very low key, kind of snarky.
Thanks.
You're very posh or very high maintenance when it comes to these actual how your characteristics are. I think about the difference in shows, right? When it comes to like Europe versus the US. So I think of shows like The Crown, or I think of Downtown Abbey. These are shows that a lot of people won't know. I like to look at things even across the pond. But the idea of what Europe pretty much shows about us is the same way how we have to look at things when it comes to how we see Europe. We see Europe as posh. We see Europe as either trying to be highly elegant and educated, versus how you guys pretty much portray us as being loud, overly media centered, and very overly patriotic. That's what I tend to see.
Agreed. And the classic example of how mainstream media does it wrong, or it is incorrect, in fact, is when I had a private Discord discussion in regards to how the media was feeding the Americans over the latest situation in Britain and versus the actual truth. And it was very enlightening. Like I said, I can't elaborate. It was very enlightening to see how the mainstream media were portraying Britain right now. And it was so far from the truth that it took a lot of persuading to the Americans I was talking to in the private chat to say, no, this is not what's happening. This is what's happening. So, yes, you're absolutely right. The mainstream media portrays America as all of the things that you said, and as interferers.
I agree.
Interferers with the rest of the world. Do I believe that's necessarily the case? I think sometimes, but I think it's over exaggerated.
So even if it's over exaggerated, why do you think sometimes that is the case based on the stereotypes that's given about us?
Given the stereotypes that we've been given, and I could be completely wrong, so I may change my mind during the course of this debate. Mm-hmm. It's no secret that Americans have in the past gone into countries with oil and done sketchy things because
What
of,
you mean is sketchy?
well, in regards to, I don't know if we can say their names, but certain leaders of certain countries in the Middle East. I'm not completely, because you see, I don't watch mainstream media. I try and get my sources from elsewhere. So
Places like the BBC.
no, I don't watch the BBC. The BBC is basically the government. But I try and get sources from elsewhere. And I just feel that sometimes there's too much stuff behind the scenes that a lot of people are aware about, and little things get leaked left, right, and center. So it is hard to know exactly, because they're not going to tell us. Who are going to tell us? But after speaking to, having an incredible conversation to with a Muslim man who came from Iraq, he made me view America slightly different than what I viewed it before.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And what was that? And what's your view? What was his perception of America?
I didn't agree full-heartedly his perception of America. He was very much like, America will paint us all with the same brush, but we're not. We're very peaceful people, and obviously you've got the extremists, but they're not us. Whereas America pushes the agenda that we're all the same. And it was real heartfelt words. And again, mainstream media this is what they do. They divide and conquer.
Okay.
So what do you think? Do you think it's important to talk to different cultures and get their opinions?
Absolutely. I absolutely believe that. And I think it's really situational, or rather it's not even situational. It's really the perspective of the person who's talking about it. Like, you'll have the Muslim guy who you said you spoke to, who will say things like pretty much like there are plenty of people across the world. I would even say from the UK, from the people I speak from the UK, who have an us or them mentality. And that's just a
Right.
human nature thing. That's not even necessarily a cultural society thing. Everybody does that. The same way how you already put the idea of that everybody should be kind of in unisex thing. That's not necessarily what we go through here in the US. We also have an us versus them mentality, just depending on who you want to toe the party lines with. And it's always about trying to decloak the other side, the same way how I see over in the UK. I think people are just people in general, but I think this is a very nuanced conversation that we need to have and come to it. So when I say things like I watch you guys side, because I like looking at from time to time, I like to tend to look at British British TV just to see what you guys are actually talking about and what your actually perspective is, and how you got wild people. The same way how you can say you got wild people that we've had like Biden, or how we've had Bush Jr. But then I could turn around and look at Boris Johnson and be like, how the fuck? How actual? But we have those kind of people everywhere in the world, and it makes even when I hear people say like, oh, British people are so posh, I have to turn around and really look at the underlying message, because I do know that you guys got ghettos, that you guys do have the people that's in the hood, that you guys do your rap music. I try to listen to British rap music. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't for me, but that's because of just what I'm used to. So I don't know. I really, really do not know, and I try my best to really try to figure it out. But I think I'll say this much, that I wish I could see more over here. And I know I'm gonna get some people, especially my USA folks, who wanna come for my head for this. For what I've seen so far, I'm not a scholar at British media. They tend to be a little bit more fair in how their critiques are, rather than just being loyal to party base just altogether. I
Our
will say
mainstream media, our mainstream media.
yes. I will say when it comes to politics, they seem to be more fair in their critiques across the board. Again, I don't have a strong handle on it. Things I've seen, I'm like, damn, they cutting for everybody's kneecaps, rather than it's just blue no matter who, or red until you're dead.
No, in politics, agreed. In politics, agreed. It's more of an even kill with the critique. However, they don't forget the British media do censor a lot from the British public. They do keep a lot of the truth from the British public. You
I
know,
agree.
you lot in America have much better resources with mainstream media because you don't like hiding anything. You don't. Whereas we are a
Not
lot more
true though. Not true. It's not. It's not that we're like. I want to see that's the portrayal of us to say that we're just so overt. It's just exaggerated. When the truth of the matter is that we hide in plain sight by being too boisterous. You're missing the information because we get so clouded in freaking entertainment and being sensational. The difference. If you don't have the eyes to listen to it, you might miss out on what needs to be really heard. And I think when it comes to British, what I see when it comes to us is that we miss it because we just don't get the humor.
Yeah, I mean,
We
there
don't
is a
get
huge difference in humor because I
like
can't
I
even.
really gotta pay attention if I'm watching something. I really
Yeah,
gotta pay attention.
no, but there is a massive difference with the humor aspect of it. Absolutely,
Mhm.
because I don't know how many Americans I'll talk to, and I'll completely miss when they're joking. I've been Yeah, I've been told that we're more literal. Like, you know, when we joke, it's more of a literal thing. Like, but here's an interesting concept. Do you think that the British or the America mainstream media paint certain aspects of both countries in a stereotype? For example, let's look at the BLM movement. You know, I know how it was portrayed in the media here, and I don't believe that that was necessarily the case. How do you view both countries with the mainstream media? Do you think that they paint stereotypes that don't
Uh,
represent?
well, yes, of course, both countries paint stereotypes, but at the same time, I don't know. When it comes, I think there's not two. And this again, this is all my opinion. This is all my limited knowledge based on the political realm versus what's happening across the pond. But I don't think there's too much of a strong focus on what kind of people come from where when they're here in the US. Let's just be honest. You guys get people from Africa, you get people from the Caribbean because of whatever ancestral things that happen over there, even though they're closer to us. Whatever reason, they still go over to the UK. I can't see how many people I talk to who are West Indian, right over there, right in our peninsula, right in all our islands, and they're still talking about how I feel closer because my grandmother, came from England and whatever. Like, so they all go to those areas and talk about all that different stuff. Now, because you guys also have a big wide demographic of people who come from African countries, because this is another thing. Before they typically into what's happened recently, the route was they go to Europe and then they come to the US. Now it's kind of like they're skipping it and they're going through hell and high water to get straight to the US. That's a new thing. I will even say that for people who are Haitian. Not before, the typical route was they go to Europe and then they go to the US. Now it's not like that case. And I will say, at least as far as I could take what I've seen in media, you guys, I don't even say the media for you guys. I think people over there make more of a big stink about making sure that you understand where they come from specifically rather than just what their phenotype is than here in the US. I'll say that. Like, we can talk about people who are Haitian, we can talk about people who are from Nigeria, but then again, I'm not gonna lie. I think a lot of motherfuckers are lying when they come over here from Africa. They all claim they're Nigerian. I'm just gonna say that, like, period. Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all not all princes and princes and princesses and kings and queens the same way. No, we're not all
Yeah, I don't
kings.
know too much about Resla. I'm not going to lie.
Uh,
You know,
I see a lot of it, especially in a lot of the black culture spaces. It doesn't matter whether it's across the pond or whether it's over here. There's a lot of bolstering that just has no business being there. But I think we go through the same things in terms of immigration or whatever else. It is.
I mean, with the immigration, I mean that's a bit of a tricky. Obviously, like I said, I'm very limited on what I can say. What I can say is that we are a multi-diverse country and very accepting of other cultures, which again, mainstream media has not portrayed that in US right now about Britain. You know, obviously, my roots are Italian, but I was born here. I'm a British I'm a British citizen, and as are many other cultures from globally, from across in such a tiny little country. We really are, in my opinion, a true representation of a united nation, irrespective of what mainstream media is saying right now. Because, and like I said, I'm very limited on what I can say about this subject, but the
So,
issue is not with immigration.
so, are you a true representation when you're limited on what the fuck you gotta say?
That well, that's a completely different issue, Resla. You know what that issue is. You know, the
Yes, I
censorship.
do.
The censorship is, it is what it is, and I have to respect it. I don't have a choice, because there's things happening in the UK that would blow your mind right now, that really, really infringe on human rights. That's all I can say. And the mainstream media in the US are painting it as something that it's not.
Okay, so
Unfortunately,
you said something that I don't necessarily want to push back on, but I want to challenge, because I, like I said, I will give you your props in terms of what I've seen so far in terms of the political media, of you're being more balanced when it comes to critiquing your politicians. I'll give you that much. Um, because like I said, we have an them or us mentality when it comes to
right,
politics here, and I can say that it gets daunting. But then when you say there is a fair amount of representation as to how people can move, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that when it comes to that, then the US of A is the breeding ground for that, because you can come over here with practically nothing and you will begin to have your values and your opinions very heard. Just starting from the First Amendment, the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, the freedom to practice your religion. There's no getting around it. You can come over here, and I hate to say it, you can make up your own religion. It's to be respected if enough people can actually say there's the thing. Now, some people can look at it as being dangerous, but that is a matter of people saying that they can build a whole culture, that they can they can call themselves a particular people, and that's a true representation of human beings across all aspects. That I will say that the British governments don't have, because
true.
there's limitations.
There are limitations. No, you're absolutely right. There are limitations. Like I said, we don't have a constitution that protects our freedom of speech. We have freedom of expression, but right now, that's questionable too, to be fair. It
Mm.
really is. That's also questionable. See, our country has changed a lot in the last 20 years. It really has, and not for the better. You know, Great Britain, and I'm patriotic, guys, I am. But I have to say it as it is. Great Britain is no longer great. And maybe that's why people are coming to the US, because maybe it, you know, well, no, it's still viewed worldwide as the land of opportunity. Whether that's the case or not, still, I don't know. But it's always been considered as the land of opportunity. So I think that's why you're getting people going, like you said, if they're stopping, they're missing at the Europe bit, it's because Europe's struggling right now. It really is. It's on its knees. Not all of Europe. Some countries in Europe are doing extremely well, but on a whole, you know, England, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, these are all and others. These are all countries that are really struggling, and it's very difficult for people to go into those countries and make a fresh life for themselves, because of the lack of jobs, the increase in inflation. It's actually a real sad state of affairs. So, when it comes to the US, I still believe, and I don't know if this is the case, where it's the land of opportunity.
It's still and always been the land of. You know what's the biggest? You know what's the biggest pet peeve that I have? I understand the slogan. You know what's my biggest peeve about the entire thing that people like to talk about when it comes to like our former presidents. I'm speaking about Trump at this moment. Is the slogan "Make America Great Again"?
Right.
America has never stopped being great. Now I can tell you it has never been as great as it used to be. I would say the "Make a better" make America what it used to be, I can go behind that. But the idea of saying that America is not great when anybody, their mother, is willing to give up they left tit, they right nutsack to get over here still, we've always been great. We need to continue to be great. The idea is that we should get better, that we should make sure that we hold that standards of America. And I think when we have slogans like "Make America Great Again," somehow states that we have somehow fallen from grace. When we can see evidently that people still want to come over here.
Yeah, I mean, all that also, I mean, I understand, but this is predominantly because of the division that your government causes within your country, because the division that your government causes within your country is, in my opinion, so detrimental because it is us versus them. So in a way, your country is a little bit divided, though.
It depends on who you're looking at, because the problem that we have also with division, I'll just say this because I've seen it, is the generations. This is not something that you would typically hear from people who are boomers or really even Xers. It's people who are divided, who are millennials, and the Gen Zs who don't tend to appreciate everything that's been done for them because they can't relate to it. A lot of these guys don't really understand what it's like to be in a serious war or anything else like that. And they're full of fucking opinions because of the educational system.
So you saying that your younger generation are not as politically incentivized as the older generation?
Oh no, they're incentivized, Mel. They're less appreciative because they don't understand they don't understand the background of people who have actually sacrificed to be here. It's easy for you to shit on something when everything's been given to you freely. When everything's been given to you literally on a platter, this is the reason why people will shit on their own countries. While they'll turn around and they'll back up people who are dealing in their own nations but won't care about the plight that's happening in their own. This is why we can hear shit like Israel and Palestine, but will totally neglect the fact that people are starving and there is a rampant influx of immigration here in their own countries. How is it that you can become so politically adverse, you want to put it that way, to other people's needs outside of your own homeland, but you're not worried about the production, the securement, and the betterment of your own? It's because you've been convinced that somehow everything outside of your house
Right
needs to be fixed when you need to be you should have been taught that you need to clean your own fucking house first before you start talking about anyone else's.
And again, that boils down to mainstream media. I mean, look at what it's doing right now to Trump. There was a debate where they were cutting him out, and they were, I think that was CBS, wasn't it? Was it? I think that's why he's suing them, where they were cutting him out or during debates between the two political parties.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. There have been several people that want to cut out Trump or have mislead anything. I mean, what do you want to call it, Trump? What do you want to talk about the Kamala and Joe Rogan? There's a lot of things that has been totally taken out of context or totally been flipped around to try to make their agenda.
Yeah, but how? This is what I don't understand. How, in a situation where your country is the politics in your country are super important to your citizens. I mean, it's a real big thing, right? How is the mainstream media allowed to manipulate so obviously right in front of? How are you allowing that? Because it's so obvious. It's hitting us in the face.
I will tell you this much. This is my personal opinion. There are people who are way smarter than I when it comes to this. But the reason why they're able to get into it is because, quite frankly, there are not enough people who are involved in politics. You don't have enough of the nation who are involved in politics. There are people who will talk ear to ear about what needs to take place and when it comes to politics, but when it comes to actually getting involved, and I'll even say this much, Mel, there are so many people who want to be actively, quote, involved during general elections because the idiots that you get for the primaries came up through the groundwork, which, I mean, minus that you got Trump now. He's different. He's a different expectation that we never saw. But most people come from a political background and have to cut their teeth as it is to get to where they are to be able to compete. And most of those people do not do a proper assessment of picking them, of electing them. Most people are not paying attention to their local elections. You want someone who's going to be a great candidate for the fucking future, for the quote, the free world, the leader of one of the biggest militaries in the world. Then that means they should have been vetted. They should have been critiqued. They should have been held to a standard from when they first started in their political reigns on the local level.
Oh, I agree, because you know your country's so different with your local politics, where it's your local politics that determines what happens in your different states. So I absolutely agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
How the country goes insane to vote for a president, but you don't hear anywhere near the amount of local elections in the media at all. So you're saying it's because of the people pay no attention. It's not the media.
It's people. I think, let's be honest. People, let me just say it this way, because we were talking about this and I was just hammering home. We have so many people that come over here and say it's the land of opportunity, but they forget about what actually makes it the land of opportunity.
And
It's
what makes
because
the land of opportunity?
it's because you need to have people who fight in politics who have your best interest at heart. They get here, they want to spend money, they want to own a business, they want to have a white picket fence and a fucking house or whatever, but they forget that there's their laws that actually allow them to do that, which means that they need to be an exact representation. And I think part of it is also, and I'm going to just say this, it's a critique against my own country, but I think enough of us are not doing our civic duty on whether it's the educational level, whether it's the people who want to be on an activist level, political level, things like that. Because quite frankly, I think it's appalling that people are able to come over here and we have a country where the majority of people speak English, but yet we don't have a national language. English is not the national language of the US.
Well, some would argue otherwise, Resla.
No, it's the commonly spoken language. The US does not have an official language. That's
Like,
literally all it
yeah,
is.
no, I agree with you, because I
That's
have
all
this
it is.
back and forth joke that
So,
English
so,
comes from England,
so
right?
I mean, even when they put it that way. But my thing is this: when you come over here, right? When a person comes over here, you have to learn the language to speak in order to get a job, to find all this other stuff, whatever. But then when you say that you support the U.S., you want to be a U.S. citizen, you blah 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 blah, and I love to eat this, and God bless the USA. But when you go to get your citizenship test, you get it in your language because you don't understand the English one. That's a slap in the face.
How so?
When you are here and you bring your family here and you've been here for 20 years and you can say that your children understand English because they've been part of the freaking education system, but you hardly know English, and especially when you brought your parents here and they've been here for 20 years. So it's not now, like they're new, fresh off the fucking airport. I was gonna say boat, but we do airports now. To turn around and say that they don't know English, you can't talk about the land of opportunity when the best opportunity you could have had was first learning the goddamn language of the land.
Agreed. Agreed. There's certain countries in Europe that are the same. If you don't make an effort when you go over to visit to speak their language, they get highly offended. So agreed. But do you get a problem like that? I mean, do you get that a lot? Because everyone I've encountered from America has spoken English perfectly. I've
Every
never.
day, every day,
Every
everywhere,
day.
every day, for as long as I can remember. Small child, everything. There's always been the Spanish grandparent who always stood around watching Telemundo, who has been around for 20 years and never learned English and stuck in a house all day while her children, or her children's children, are the ones that do everything. Doesn't she ever go outside and make friends? She can't because she doesn't know English. Well, doesn't she want to work in case the family will pick up another hobby or activity? She can't because she's not. If she's not stuck in her in a community that speaks her language, she's SOL. She's literally SOL and she's JWF, which means she's shit out of luck and jolly well fucked.
Oh, I didn't know that. I honestly did think that it was more of a, it was just standard. Everybody spoke English. I mean, I know that. No, it is not.
It's not even a requirement for you to take the citizenship test. You can get it in any language you want.
Wow. So how do you think, because I know that you lot are having sort of similar immigration problems that we're having in the UK. Do you think that how do you think it'd be like if a European wants to come over? Do you think it'd be easy, hard? to become a US citizen and to truly be, truly embrace the role of being a or do you think that nowadays it's difficult?
I think if you were the UK, this is not fair to anyone who's part of the UK or part of America, because we've had too much of a close knit bring together. So I mean, let's be honest. There's no point in time where if I go over there, I'm not going to be able to speak to anybody. I may not understand the culture. I may not even understand some of your food. I'm still a little off some of your food. But I can survive, Waffle. I can survive over there. I'm pretty fucking sure I can survive just even being in the hood.
The thing is, our hood is very, very different to what, because obviously I can never understand what the American hood is.
I can survive in the hood in Britain than I would trying to say that I could freaking survive in the hood in Zimbabwe. Totally different.
Mm-hmm. I not that I know what the hood in Zimbabwe looks like.
I'll just say the hood in Shanghai, still different.
Right.
You got it's the same way. Do you think I'm going to struggle in the hood or anywhere else if I went to Canada? People just say Canada's US without guns. I'm not going to struggle. I'm going to be able to get it.
But do you think because of the stereotypes that the mainstream media portrays, people get frightened of certain countries, let's call them hoods, right? Because they're portrayed in a animated format of what it actually is?
Yay and nay. I'm going to say yes, because quite frankly, these are the people that, let's just be honest, they ain't planning on going nowhere anyway. I'm going to be honest with you. Anyone who really wants to travel anywhere else and wants to seek understanding will turn around and try to figure out something for themselves. Especially here now when we got the internet. There's no excuse. Oh, this is what I get on mainstream media. Okay, cool. Have you looked into the podcast? Have you looked into whatever? Because here's the truth of the matter. The same way how I mentioned it. When we get our thing of the media, we get people who are sitting there talking about their pompous and all they want to do is talk about their tea time and crumpets. I can't hold my mug like that. I gotta turn to the side because I gotta make sure the pinky. The pinky. So I can drink my stout, my lager, and so I can drink my beer. So
Americans view the British as posh.
Absolutely, because that's the way the media has presented it. But I look at plenty of other films where I can say, I look at you guys rap, I look at your hoods, you're just as ghetto, you're just as broke.
Yes, we are just as broke.
That's not what the media puts out, which means that this is something I try to say on my channel. You have to seek understanding, because the truth of the matter is you can't take everything the media says. The same way how I've looked at how the media looks at us. We might just walk in the fucking door, Yosemite Sam, kicking in the fucking door, and 6-shooters everywhere, and talking about how much I love guns and I am America first. Because that's the way how you guys portray us. And
no, it is absolutely there is.
And even when we go about just between Britain and ourselves, how we look to the rest of the world, because to the rest of the world, especially if you go look at some of the Asian areas, they look at your guys' side and they're kind of weak. I'm not even gonna lie. And then they look at the U.S. side and they go, I don't know if I can protect myself there.
True, but don't forget that the relationship between UK and US is a long-standing, very close relationship that we've established. So maybe people who view America in a certain way would associate Britain into it because of our relationship that we've got. Are we more open to, and this is a question, are we more open to integration than the US? No, I think the US is open to integration to an extent.
I wouldn't lie, too much integration.
No?
Listen, I don't think we listen, I'm joking, but I don't think we do enough integration enough.
No, I agree. I agree.
When it comes to integration, not at all.
No, I mean, and I don't want to go on this point for very long. I just want to kind of just touch upon it. And that is, in my experience on YouTube, that I've been on YouTube for almost 2 years now, I had in my real life never seen in real life any form of racism in my real life. And nearly in the 2 years that I've been on this platform, I've seen racism a lot from Americans.
You are blessed. You are truly blessed. You
No,
are
no, no, no.
truly
Maybe I've
blessed.
lived a sheltered life. I'm very well aware I've lived a sheltered life, even though I'm quite well traveled. I live in London, and which is at the capital, and really, we're so multinational, but I've never seen it until I came here. So I wonder whether that's more of a media thing that are telling the usual conquer and divide, or whether is it like a
Well,
huge
well,
problem
first,
in the US?
well, first of all, let me just put it this way, because there needs to be a distinction that's being made. There's a difference between being racist and being prejudiced. It's that fine line.
Right.
There's a fine line there that needs to be looked at. Unfortunately, when we look at it with clouded eyes, everybody's racist.
Um, I would have to disagree. I would have to
When I
disagree.
say clouded eyes means everybody racist, because when an interaction happens, when something serious happens, when there's a misunderstanding, people shoot immediately for racistness, not the fact that they just don't understand.
Are we talking worldwide?
Worldwide. If I say something that I don't understand, that quite frankly may be looked at as a side eye for you, you're not looking at, most likely the people will not give me the benefit of the doubt and say, you know what, I just don't think he knows. They go, nope, he's racist. He's
Yeah,
racist.
but you mean East versus West? Are we talking about that?
Worldwide,
Worldwide.
we do it even in Asian cultures, in Asian countries. They do it. Because why? The actual character picture of people from the US or even Britain are written in a certain light. For instance, you walk over there, you go, let's just say you go to China.
Hmm.
You think is going to be the outlook of what they have of you?
Well, I haven't. That's one of the countries that I haven't visited, China, but I would think they'd be very welcoming of
Cool.
that, because of that's the impression I take from the people of China.
You think Hong Kong's gonna feel that way after being taken over from Britain for so long? You think they're gonna really look at you that way?
I'm just going by my experiences that I've had here in Britain from
Cool.
people from China.
I can
And
tell you that if I go to China, it will not be looked at that way, because I know how China's media looks at black people.
do they look at the British in the same manner?
Really? So if you and I walked over there, right? Are you gonna tell
Mhm.
me that Chinese people are gonna look over? Because China people have commercials. They have commercials about throwing black people into the washing machine because we're dirty.
Shit, I didn't know that.
Oh, you better go take a look at Chinese media. I look all over the place. I can say that there's no Chinese people that be walking up to me and trying to, because they trying to rub the dirt off of me.
Oh
This
my
is in
goodness, I
their
didn't know that.
mainstream media. Do you think they're gonna look at you the same way?
I honestly, you've just taken me by surprise. I honestly had no idea.
It's in the
I'm
open.
only basing my interactions here in Britain with Chinese people, and they've always been very respectful.
Not, in fact, the one of the biggest things that we have a problem with, just in cities, in the hoods, where we get Chinese people who open up restaurants, right? We always find it really weird that Chinese people who want to open up restaurants, dry cleaners, or everywhere else, it only seems to really happen in the hood. And part of my criticism for my own people is that you don't open up enough of your own shops within your own communities. But there's always been a long standing of Asian people within black communities that turn around and they have huge issues with one another. Because quite frankly, I don't think Asian people really want to be opening up business in those areas, but those are the places where they are able to get property to build loans in those particular areas. If you want to call it red line or whatever the fuck you want to call it, I'm not even going to get to that. But at the same time, there's always been this weird, long standing of an issue between Chinese people in specific and black people. And when you take a look to see what's happening for black people, and then you go turn around and take a look what happened in China, that was never going to be a good mix. At first, I was just curious, but when I started taking a look at Chinese media, yeah,
Wow. So, because obviously, I am very well aware that everywhere across the world, there's a Chinatown. everywhere.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. But when you guys go over to Chinatown, their sons and their daughters would love to fuck you and get married to you. When we go over there, they're worried because it's going to be a nasty stigma, a nasty stereotype, and they already think that we're not good at anything. Let's just say this. Let's just say if I go to Japan, and I love Japan for what they got going on. But whether you're in Japan, whether you go to some areas, I'll even say of the UK because I've heard this too, whether you are going to some areas that are not black, I'll even say the Philippines or whatever, the common misconception is these things when it comes to black people based on media. That either we are part of a gang and affiliations, either we are rappers and entertainers, or we are some form of athlete. And if we are, and even if we were all those different things, watch out, ladies, because all we do is get you knocked up and pregnant, and we don't commit.
There is some representation that I've seen over here of that in the mainstream media.
Yes.
This is what I was saying about painting stereotypes.
And that is us worldwide. I've literally seen shows in different countries that the black people don't even have lines, but they can stand there in the background with their pants below their ass, wearing a fitted cap backwards, no fucking shirt on. And if they do have a shirt on, it's a white beater and holding the basketball.
The portrayal in the mainstream media.
Yes.
Yeah. No, but that's, that's really something that most intelligent people would look into, because anyone who has a brain knows not to believe a word that mainstream media prints. So isn't that just about trying to find out through social platforms? Actually, one of the good things about...
How many people do you believe have a brain, Mel?
You think that... I think that there's plenty of intelligent people on this planet.
I think the majority of people have already succumbed to the mind virus of being told what to think, where to think, how to think, and what, like, they're not thinking for themselves.
But do you think that we're waking up since the Big C? Do you think we're waking up a little bit more and opening up our minds a bit more? You don't think so? You think we're still predominantly sheep?
The majority of people will always be sheep. See, the issue that we have in the world right now, Mel, and you can see if you want to agree with this or not, but the problem with the world, and this is the way how it's always been for a long time, that's changed, it's slightly changed, is that there was a time when the people who were not as smart relied on the people who were to help challenge, protect them, fight for them, and lead them. And then somewhere down in history, we decided that stupid people have a voice too, and that they should
I was having this conversation with my brother just earlier about woke people, and the rise of snowflakes is insane, because he was on a public forum with it's like a party organizer, and this party organizer always has themes for each party that he does, right? And all they did was suggest like a snowman, like an igloo sort of theme, and the amount of people that commented on cultural appropriation when it was just a theme for a party. My brother was like, I cannot believe. And he said, and the worst thing is that the majority of time, it's white people. White people are doing it.
I never heard of a black person going in whiteface in a toga party. Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
So that's interesting that it's us white people who are becoming snowflakes. Why do you think that is, Resla? Do you think it's the mainstream media, or do you think it's a cultural shift?
Let's just be honest. Most people who are from my opinion, most people who turn out to be snowflakes are people who have been to some sort of educational institution.
So you think snowflakes are the educated ones?
No, I think they are the ones who have gone to be indoctrinated for post-education.
Yeah. So do you think this is a cultural shift?
Absolutely. I think there is an agenda across the world that I don't even know where you could put it down to, because again, it's for one, it's not my worry, but at the same time, there is an agenda somewhere behind the scenes to have people behave in a particular way.
No, I
And
agree with you.
because you can find woke people in everywhere in every country right now. Well, minus Japan, they still got a good lockdown on them. But I'm even starting to see wokeism show up in the Philippines, which is crazy.
Wow, that is crazy. Um, I mean, no, I agree with you. There's an agenda going on, yeah, where and this is, where our governments, our political heads, and the mainstream media, hold hands and push the agenda, guys. That's why I always say to everybody, do your research. Don't just believe what's been, rammed down your throat by your news stations, your papers, your magazines. Do research, because sometimes when you start digging, you are going to find yourself in certain holes that you didn't even think that you would ever go down. And these are the holes, the paths of the truth, which is not what we're told on a daily basis. So there's an agenda, but I think with the help of social media, I think people are starting to open their eyes a bit more about and seeing the agenda. No, Resla?
Well, I think no, I don't even think it's really. Well, I would say social media, not necessarily the mainstream media. Social
Social
media has
media.
done a really, really good job at doing it. Some people you have to really watch out because I think some of them are just social media personalities trying to make it mainstream. I think the idea that we have so many platforms right now that are trying to strip all the power from mainstream is the things that we should be advocating for, because they do a lot of the groundwork that I wish a lot of media outlets would do.
So you would advocate for mainstream?
I would advocate for social media being the new form of mainstream.
I agree with you there. I absolutely, because the difference is that social media is not owned by companies who are not funded by the government. And I think if we push social media collectively, as just as simply as human beings, and not about race and color and religion, I think if we push for less division in those categories, social media could become the new mainstream media, because statistics have shown that views of mainstream media have gone down dramatically over the last few years. So we are moving in the right direction, Resla. Where do you think we could trip up and get it wrong?
I think, well, for one, mainstream media has been fighting back. Fight. So, for instance, one of the things they did early was when we had Instagram, before Instagram was acquired by Meta. A lot of, and I would even say this happened with Facebook too, is that a lot of celebrities wanted to get into the social media game, and therefore that's why they started taking away people's check marks.
Right.
Their so that celebrities would immediately get the checklist. And that is even happen here on YouTube. Yes, on our shared platform of YouTube, where they turned around and said, well, we know we want to recognize people who are celebrities because they already put in particular work. And therefore that also hindered the media of it. Now we talk about people in media that want to, well, we want to talk about people in social media who are building the ground. So therefore there are mainstream platforms that are not trying to take over them. But I wonder how much that really is, because quite frankly, Google has taken over
Right.
YouTube, which is also Google is a child company of ABC, that which is a big company, not ABC the network, but ABC company. Then you have to turn around and say, look at areas like Twitch. Twitch is owned by who? Amazon.
Right. And we've got, obviously, now Twitter's been taken over by Elon
Who
Musk.
owns Amazon? The same person who owns the freaking the Wall Street Journal, I think, which is Jeff Bezos.
So mainstream is fighting back by buying these platforms out, and look, do I believe that maybe celebrities who also push an agenda, especially Hollywood, let's be honest, Hollywood also pushes its own agenda. Um, I do maybe think, but the thing is, they're always going to be allowed on these platforms because they bring the masses in. So you and I will look. We've brought in 72 people. If these were two Hollywood celebrity, there'd be 72,000 people, kind of thing. So
Well, it's not just a matter of the celebrities though. I mean, we just seen it here when it came to the whole the one of before around the same time when or where Harris and Trump were just having the most recent debate. There were literally influencers, not celebrities, if you want to put it that way, but influencers who were literally being told that they were being paid money by the Harris Foundation, Harris side, to actually endorse her.
So do
Paid
you think that we
influencers.
just can't get away from it? We cannot truly be independent.
Well, first I'm gonna say is that we're not getting to the bag because they haven't come to either one of us. That's first and foremost. But yeah, it's always going to be hard to be independent because, quite frankly, you will always be the underdog, and someone wants to be the one to control you, to put a leash on you.
Oh no, don't I agree with that? We're always going to be the underdog, and there's always going to be someone trying to control us. I'm living it right now, where I cannot speak openly. I cannot give my honest view. I'm going through it right now, and it's frustrating because I not only risk losing a platform, I risk going to jail. It's insane. So
Yeah.
how do we, Resla, how do we, the collective, work together? Because there's a hell of a lot more of us than there is of them.
I would agree, but have me. No, I love how people turn around and say like, we're not a monolith, and they say things like, math is the only thing that we can guarantee that is real in the world. Well, apparently not, because majority rules is just not the case. There's more of us than there are of them, and yet somehow majority rule doesn't seem to be the thing that stands. So apparently math is not working as well as we thought it would be.
No, you're absolutely right, because the majority rule isn't. It's not that at all. We are being ruled. The majority are being ruled, and as you all know, I'm always trying to rip apart social barriers, and that comes with a lot of pushback. As you well know, we're seeing it right now.
Right.
Yeah, and it's hard to put out the message, guys, let's stand united. It's really hard to say let's stand united irrespective of race, gender, religion. And this is pushback from our own, because mainstream media creates hatred. It enforces hatred.
Yeah, there was something that it was said to me by a friend of mine a while ago. He said, you can't really get the majority to be on your side because anyone who pretty much has a good foothold on all the resources, they're the ones that make all the decisions.
What?
If you have a whole citizenship, if you have a whole community is out in the desert, the one who controls the flow of the water is the one that dictates the terms.
Right, and you're absolutely true. I mean,
they will all just ban and take care of that one motherfucker and just say we can all get the water, but that's not what happens.
No, because I think most of us are aware that when we stop pushing back, then we get things that send our communities into chaos, like the rise of gas prices, the rise of food prices, the availability of this, that, or the other, and that's how they control us with necessities that we need to live. And it amazes me here in England. I've seen, and it was based off a rumor. So this is just rumor. This is just speculation. I don't know what truth there is to this, but last year we had a gas crisis, so petrol crisis, right? And I can't even begin to tell you the meltdown it caused, with people going crazy buying gas, and then those gas stations would be empty for a week, and then when they got petrol again, the mayhem, and only to find out that there was a rumor circulating, and this is a rumor, that Britain had lots of stock that needed to be consumed.
Yeah.
and the media created that mayhem that lasted as long as it did, because the apparently, allegedly, the government had or were holding on to all this stock of that they needed to get rid of.
Yeah. We went through the same kind of thing. We had a lot of gas stations that claimed that they didn't have any gas. Like, I mean, we had that for about, I want to say about was it a week or two? Maybe. I don't think it was longer than a week, but for about a good week, I know that there were some gas stations selling a lower than others. Some gas stations said they didn't have any. And we saw the different. I think that really, honestly, that was the first time in my lifetime where the largest concern for the average individual was gas prices. I always heard
Yeah.
about food. I always heard about goods and services. I always heard about things when it comes to logistics, in terms of getting other resources that we don't necessarily make here in the US. But that was the first time where the idea of filling up your gas tank became the major concern in my lifetime.
Resla, same here. I was leaving my home in the middle of the night, circulating around my area to try and find petrol, and only to find, and it didn't matter what time of the night, there'd be hours and hours of worth of queues. I mean, it was just insane. People were, taking like over the gas canisters, filling. I mean, walking because their car had no gas in it to the petrol stations. I mean, it was mayhem. And then when you hear about the potential reason for that behind the scenes, I'm like, that's when we are controlled. We are controlled by who, and they can play us like puppets at any time. And it's a real sad state of affairs when you realize, you open your eyes to the fact that we are ruled, not the masses rule.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, which is why I don't have a problem with people who just want to kind of do it and be off the grid. Those are the people that like to work on solar panels, or like to stock up on food, or they're more like the survivalist kind of person, like, or the doomsday preppers, as we call it.
Right.
I never have a problem with these people because, quite frankly, if shit really goes to hell, like, they're the ones we're gonna have to really rely on.
Well, we're seeing it right now with food, with our food
Yeah.
sources. Look at what happened in France.
Well, I don't know what happened in France.
Oh, there was riots. The farmers did riots because the farmers were trying to be shut down. Where it was all going. The idea of it was that the government would be in charge of the food that farmers would produce, and to eliminate the farmers. And the farmers protested.
Oh, hell
And there
no.
was riots.
Hell no.
Right.
Hell no.
That was a real big thing, and that was, again, the control aspect of it. How can you, to try and control, and it's kind of happening. It's something similar in the US, where your big people are buying a lot of your land so they can regulate all housing.
I think it's crazy that we have like not med facilities but scientific facilities here in the US that is bought by China, literally still running after that whole CV event.
Same happened in Italy. In Italy, during the Big C, do you know how many companies China bought?
They got land, actual land.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It was frightening how much China dominated Italy during the Big C, and how much they bought of Italy. And I don't know about other countries. I know about the Italians, obviously, because I have Italian background.
They got a nice little chunk over here too.
So it's do you think it's scary times? Or
Some might say yes, but here's the truth of the matter is that there's always a time where we can say it's scary times. I mean, you and I are old enough to remember Y2K. Like, oh, like, it's gonna be the work. There's always been enough time for that. No, here's the thing that I like to tell even those who are very religious. When it happens, if you've been doing your good deeds, then you're ready. If not, it's going to happen regardless. Like Yeah, the same thing that we say for a lot of people, the same thing we should hold for all people. As sick as this sounds, it doesn't matter what happens to you. It matters how you respond, and how you respond is based on your own mentalness and your own preparedness of the world. I think those who have been lollygagging around are those who are most going to suffer.
Sorry, could you tell me what lollygagging means?
Dicking around, horsing
Oh,
around, not
okay.
being serious about the world. Those are the ones who are going to suffer the most, because those are the people who are going to become the quote leeches of society.
No, I agree. I agree with you 100%. And I think that if people opened up their minds and their hearts more, and you know, love thy neighbor, which we're seeing a huge decline, irrespective of whether you're religious or not. We are seeing like year after year after year after year a bigger, like, people just don't give a shit about other people. And at a time where we need to unite the most, we're divided the most.
Well, we've been divided for quite some. I mean, for a
Oh,
long
for as
time.
long as
Yeah,
humans existed.
exactly. No, but
Right.
you said it. I was sitting there thinking about medieval fucking
Right, so was I.
yeah, like,
I was
man,
thinking medieval.
blacksmith. Like, wait, I'm chewing all your horse. I'm just the blacksmith. I should definitely be having a whole lot more bread going on here.
And yeah, I mean, it's gone on for all of time. Where, look, you know, let's have a look at history, and we've always been divided, which is why we've always gone to war with each other. And
Correct.
you know, and slavery has gone across the board. I don't believe that there's hardly any nationalities who haven't been enslaved at some point or another during
No,
the course.
no, they've all been enslaved.
Right, during the
They've all
course of
been enslaved.
history.
And this is the thing that I have to say. Everybody's had their chance. Everybody's had a turn.
Right.
Now it's
And
just a matter of do we want to recycle or not. But
right.
everybody's had their moments.
No, you're absolutely right. Because I remember me and you got quite heated when I was talking, and I was just messing with you about the British Empire. That was it, and you got quite heated with me. Anytime I've seen you
Was that me or was that Tesla? Was you doing some shit?
heated.
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't really remember. Like,
Well, no, like I was just playing with you, but I could see I was touching a nerve here and there about the British Empire, because you were saying that the history books are written by the winners of
the
the
victors.
wars,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
And I understood, even though I was pushing your buttons, I understood and agreed with you, but I was pushing your buttons on purpose. Naughty Mel. I'm sorry.
Uh, listen, the thing about history when it comes to things like that, to me, it happened. It happened. It's gone. It's whatever. The issue is that when there are people who understand that history is written by those who win, and then they try to act very, and I'm not saying this about you, but there are people who try to act proud. They try to represent it as part of them. I'm like, you're not built for that life. Sit the fuck down and just enjoy the win. Like, enjoy the win that other people have done. But to say I do the opposite. Don't sit there and make yourself a victim for what other people did in the past, how other people really suffered. Shut the
Right,
fuck up, sit down, and enjoy the fact that you didn't have to go through that.
right,
We were slaves. No, you've never been a slave. Shut up, ma'am. Like never in your lifetime. You never had to run around, get pulled over by anyone, and had to show your freedom card. Can you shut up? The same way how the Buchanan, hey, we came over here and we wiped out, we took out all these Indians. No, you didn't do shit. Other people did. They got their ass whooped. You didn't do a damn thing. So just please relax.
yeah, that goes on a lot, and I think I really wish that people we could learn from our past, and look at it as a cautionary tales rather than repeating the same bullshit century after century after century. That's what we're doing. We're repeating. We're making the same mistakes. Do you think that there's ever a chance for human beings
I will
to
say that
stop
we're not
trying to
making the same
colonize
mistake.
each other?
We're not making the same mistakes. We're literally not making the same mistakes. We're making the choice to make those mistakes. We see history. We've categorized them. We've put them in books. We've read them. They're in our school system. Some of us even go to post education to get into debt to learn about these things. And you know what we do? We choose to do it once again because apparently there is something larger than learning. There's
Ownership.
something innate that is larger than learning. For some reason, we all tend to believe that we can do it better. It's some reason, and this thing that I said that I learned from looking at Chinese movies about they're conquering and they're spreading and they're capturing different areas. There's a concept that is under people's minds as a civilization that's called all under heaven. And that means every person of every culture speaking one language, having one religion, having one doctrine, following on one type of people. Now, whether you want to say slavery is or whatever, servitude is, whatever, but there's always been this innate thing that everybody has been wanting to conquer everybody else. I think what we have right now in this age has been the most, as much as you want to say wars and everything else, and famine and fighting and what, but this has been the most peaceful it's been in human history in a long time. Compared to how bloody, again, we have we have ammunition, we have the projectile bullets, we have nuclear possible war. But compared to when people had swords and shields, this has been the cleanest it's ever been.
I wish we could go back to sword and shields and to what we have now, to be fair.
I don't know I don't think it was as diplomatic as it was now.
No, you're right. It's more diplomatic now, but the dangers are bigger. Because with one push of a button, you can eliminate an entire country.
Cool. But let me ask you a question. How many times has that button ever been pressed?
No times. None.
There was a time. There was a time when we understood the button exists. No, we understood the button would exist, and that was Hiroshima and Nagasaki. World War II.
Okay. Was that pressing the button though?
Huh?
World War II, was that pressing the button though?
Yes. When we understood that hydrogen bombs were a thing that can wipe out entire areas, we understood, oh shit, we're on a whole other stratosphere.
Right.
I mean, you could talk about the ships in Normandy, but boots had to be on the ground. Bodies had to get towed up. But the idea that somebody can launch a missile and take out large scales of land changed the foundation of how we looked at how we need to move with each other to today. When we hear about war, we don't really think about people being on the ground, which is still the most effective way to do so. But it's effective because it's still clean. Because if somebody just really said, I don't feel like going through all that, and they could just push a button, they would. What's the only thing that's stopping them? Somebody else can push a button as well.
I mean, the only time I remember a situation where the button was pressed, and please correct me because my knowledge is a little bit faded about this situation, but there was a country in Africa where the Americans pressed a button and eliminated an entire town.
No, I mean, keep in mind, drones happen because it was the same thing during the Iraq War. Like cyber warfare, or I'll say cyber, but tactical warfare in terms of using technology. It's a thing that's gonna keep happening. It's going to keep happening. But the idea of eliminating a large population of people without ever having boots on the ground is the thing that made us most civil.
Right.
That's the point. Because if only one country was able to really do that, do you honestly think they would be fearful of it? Like the US, again, we have two large bodies of waters that separate us from the rest of the world. If we never had that information, that technology, go out to the rest of the world, do you honestly believe that you would definitely still be screaming, we're number one. And everybody would say, yes, you are. But because everybody else also has capabilities of launching nuclear strikes,
right?
We're not as big-headed as we would like to be.
Do you think the possibility of that happening, do you think we can remain diplomatic and eradicate that possibility, especially when it comes to the East and West?
There will come a time when you'll run across someone who's just going to say, my ball's itching, I don't care. And they're going to press the button. There's going to be someone. We just don't know when that's going to be. There are people out there in the world who just want to see the world burn. But this is why I also say it's very important as to who you're voting on a local level. Because if you're just letting anyone just run for the highest lands, highest position in your countries, whether you have a president or a prime minister or whatever, if that person has not been vetted to say that they are competent, that they think of other people outside of themselves, then you have what's coming to you. Because you're not just being lazy and reckless towards your country, but also to the human civilization in the future.
I agree, darling. But the problem I find, especially with the British side, is that it's no lie. I can't stand politicians because they lie and they promise you a whole load of things. When they get in power, it's all the things they promised you are suddenly forgotten. And they're
Everyone
all
lies here. Strippers lie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all lies. I can't. So what do we do?
You think I believe the strippers when they tell me that I'm the cutest that they ever seen, and I have the biggest cock in the world? Do you?
I believe that.
Like, sir, like, ma'am, you want me to slide this freaking 20 down your ass cheek? Like, what are we talking about here? You're gonna say anything to me? Like, no. People lie. People lie. Like, honestly, there are doctors lie, scientists lie, everybody lies. But who we place in a particular position, who is lying, is very important.
So what you're saying, that we need to vet who's a better liar?
I think we need to consider who is the person who will lie least. People will lie because what do we say? Even people who have an omission, they don't say shit, is lying by omission. Who's better? The person that's really, when they talk, they're saying the truth, but when they're not, it's a potential lie. Or the person who lies all the time, and you're like, well, at least they're honest because they're lying all the time, but then you never know what's truthful. Which one would you rather have?
Honestly, I'd rather have neither. This is why I'm asking for what can we do?
But what you're asking for then, Mel, is a saint. Name one saint among us.
Mother Teresa.
No, because even she has her letters that went to the Pope about how she waned in her faith when it came to God.
God, you got me there. This is what happens. You got me there.
Yes, I do.
Yes, you got me there, because everyone knows I'm not religious, so I don't engage too much in. I'm happy to listen to people's opinions, whatever religion they're from, but I don't
engage. Release those letters. And it only happened after she died. That's how respectful they were, but they released them letters, by the way.
Okay, so you got me there. 1-0. Look. I don't even want to go into religion because I'm supposed to be from a Catholic background, and my grandmother, my grandparents were very, very religious, and I see the flaws in that religion, and many of them there are. I cannot comment on others because I'm not from those religions, but I definitely see the flaws, and that's why I chose to walk away from the Catholic religion.
Understood.
You know. And also, I'm a big believer that, and people can criticize me, I'm not looking at the chat, that let's look at the history of what's happened with wars in religion over time.
Okay.
And I think, how can the message of God be through taking so many lives? Because we all have a God. There's many gods, but God is God, right?
Depends on the perspective of the person. I mean, when we say we have, because what you said was that because we all have many gods, right? Well, is there one God or is there many? Well, you have to look at Indian, then you have to look at Greek. You look at the Vikings; they have multiple gods. Are there many or are there one? People can't really make a decision on that,
right?
To this day,
right? Well, I think mutual respect would come in handy when it comes to that, because I can respect somebody, I can respect Fatty who comes from the spaghetti monster church. That's his beliefs. Yeah, I just read that. That's his belief, and I can respect him for having for being part of that church, right? As I can respect any other religion and make allowances for me to say, okay, I don't know much about religion, but I respect your views. My view is different. I walked away from my religion because I saw the flaws in it.
Well, let me ask you something. Do you believe that the people who have prospered the most are the people who were sitting there and being so respectful of other people's views, or the ones that said, "My God is better than your God, and we're gonna go to war so I can kill you off, so there will be no one to worship that God"? Because
Well,
that's
that's
how
exactly
Christianity spread. That's how it happened.
yeah. That's exactly how it happened, and this is what I'm saying. With knowing the history of what's happened, with Christianity, and even what's happened in my own country, when England went independent and created the Church of England, right? How can the message of God be death, slaying? That's why I walked away, because that's not godly,
Mm.
the slaying.
You, you know,
Because
you know what's one of my fears? Because I see Christianity has spread. For instance, here I won't say for what happened in Europe because I don't really see it, but I would say here in the U.S., Christianity has been very much in the last decade and a half, has become a mockery.
right,
Um, and I just go, it's a shame. I came from a Christian household. Um, and even I walked away a long time ago. Well, not walked away, but I took a step back to really take a look at more of what's going on in the world. And even my girl, um, she's Christian, and I just go, how can they allow this after all of the butchering or the conquer of land, all of the buildings, the churches, the synagogues, all the place, all of everything has been built up in name of Christianity. I'll even say to the part right now where they didn't even have to fucking put any fighting to kill anyone for the Asian lands. Do you know how many people have converted to Christianity in China alone without ever needing boots on the ground, without ever needing to have a holy war there? So many people have turned around and become Christian. It was one of the highest Buddhist nations, spiritual nations that turned around and became Christian. It was to the point where they were persecuting their own people because they said, "You what? You're Christian? Lock her up, lock him up." To the point where there's just too many of them. We can't do nothing. But to still be in this day where they're being mocked so heavily, my biggest concern, and I hope this is not a thing, if you, for those, just in case, because I really don't know what I don't know. My biggest concern is somebody unlocks the cheat code, somebody goes to the seat of the maker, and they find out that shit is empty. Ain't nobody sitting there. That shit will scare me.
right, and we're kind of seeing it a lot with the in a worldwide perspective between the division between Muslims and other nationalities.
I agree. I agree. Mel, one of the first things I noticed today is that you weren't wearing your pearls. And it made me think, hey, I'm just saying, I noticed. But when, but one of the things that I think about are like these girls who be online. They'll wear the Star of David, or they'll wear the cross, and they say they wear it because they think it is cute, and yet will do things like prawn or OnlyFans.
You don't believe that somebody religious could be a prawn or an
Do you,
OnlyFans?
well, let me just say this: do you think that it's a good thing for you, for a young lady who may be sexually active, who is a believer of the Lord, to be online taking donations from random guys saying, thank you for the donations, while she's getting her cheek clapped from the back and her cross is swinging back and forth? Do
I
you
think we
think
have
that
to
that's
be
okay?
careful there. I think we have to be careful there, Resla, because judgment leads to hate.
Well, yeah. Well, hate is for those who want to put themselves in that position. I think it is somehow disrespectful to claim that you are someone who is an avid believer of the Lord, but will put yourself in such sanctimonious positions with the cross on. Wouldn't you have thought about taking that off, and then afterwards you can put your cross on and maybe even give a few Hail Marys instead of sitting there being on Twitter or being on OF and having your cross swinging, getting your cheeks clapped?
The thing is, I am of the belief that I don't believe that the books, the Bible, should be swayed to how people should think. They shouldn't dictate how people should think. Isn't it just a simple case of good and bad and morals and stuff like that? No.
No. Does the Bible not dictate how people should be living according to the teachings of the Lord?
Yes,
What
the
do
Bible
you
does that.
mean?
The Bible
what do
does
you
that.
mean
But
that
why
people should
should
be
we
able to?
allow a book which has been rewritten, I don't know how many times, translated incorrectly sometimes? Why should we be led by one book? Well, it's multiple books because obviously there's a
It is
Quran,
really a lot
etc.,
of books.
etc.
Yes, it absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
There's multiple books,
Too many
right?
books, like
There's too many books. There's too many books. But should we let a book which was written, rewritten, translated, retranslated dictate to our actions?
here's what I here so here's my statement for that. Yes, if you claim to be a believer.
See, I'm struggling a little bit because I'm a non-believer, and I'm struggling a little bit.
And I get it. But if you're saying that, here's my thing about people who want to walk in the footsteps of Christ. I'm not saying you can't. Just understand you will never be the same as Christ because he had no flaws and you were already born to already have them. That's already a disadvantage against you.
Right.
Then you hear about all of Jesus's movements when he's practically an adult. You didn't hear about any times where he fucked up as a kid, because apparently he never fucked up according to the actual scriptures. How is that possible? These are things that people don't talk about. Like he never pissed the bed or anything. Like he was just perfect. like so we can't even really get into. I know it sounds like I'm jokingly, but we only hear about the stories as a man and when he started making whatever.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Resla. That's exactly what I'm saying.
But if you want to be an avid follower of Christ, and you want to state that this is the way that it should be, then you cannot deviate from the aspect of following, quote, the word. You should be always seeking to understanding so that you could be one step closer to being in the promised land. And I run across people who are constantly challenging, because as human beings, we are constantly curious. But I even run across people that say that they are avid, fervent believers. And when I just ask the question, would you submit? They have a problem with the word submission. But then when I say, don't you submit to your Almighty? Go, I feel like I'm giving up power. Who told you have power compared to him? And they go, you're right. I'm not being right. I'm going across your line.
Right. But the problem is, Resla, the Bible and all the books are weaponized. They are weaponized.
Can you tell me something that's not weaponized?
Excellent question.
I've seen people lose their shit over how somebody cooked pasta.
Oh, yes. I have strong feelings towards how pasta's cooked.
She fucked up the carbonara. I've seen this. I thought it was absolutely funny.
No, I have had many a heated discussion with the chefs that work for always overcooking the pasta.
As a cook myself, I get it. But I've seen it. I've seen people go to shit. I've seen cooks get cursed out because they say you're sweating. And look, you're fucking sweating into the stock, you fat fucking pig. And I'm like, he's going hard, but he was kind of sweating over the stock. I'm not even gonna lie. I wouldn't eat that entire shit now.
Right. So I'll conclude. So shall we conclude this one particular topic, because we've kind of gone off it. We've gone off on a tangent. So mainstream media, is it a true representation of each other's cultures?
It is. it's an extreme, but I think people should do their due diligence, and if they really want to know more.
And I would disagree with you. I say mainstream media does not, and only lies because of an agenda.
No, I'm saying that there is an extreme representation in mainstream media, but I think the idea is that for people, they need to do their due diligence. You can't rely on them.
Yeah, you
That's
see,
the position.
I would agree with you doing due diligence. Those words did not want to come out my mouth. But I would tell people to approach with caution with anything written or told to you by mainstream media. Approach with caution. And I'm not going to say those words again because they didn't like coming out my mouth.
All right.
Right, okay. Second question, Resla. Now, this one's an interesting one, and I think me and you might have to go head to head with this one. Is it the education system more responsible for teaching children about morals and how to interact with modern life, or does that fall more on the parents?
Oh, I can. This was a one. So okay. So before I started the live with you, this was the one that I thought tables wanted, chairs and bar stools wanted to get flipped over, because I brought
Yeah.
it to the attention of the people in the bar I was at, and I was like, shit, I'm starting a fight. I need to walk the fuck out of here. And I was like, Mel's starting soon. I need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, I wanted to just test my equipment because I've been having problems with the
Yeah.
internet. I wanted to make sure that I was on time with a working internet.
Literally, we were having a big argument in the bar prior to this happening. I said, okay, I need to leave.
About the education system.
Yeah, that was the prompt that I started in the bar. And,
yeah, this one's going to be heated because, and I'll tell you why. I think it's going to, it is heated because there will be very strong opinions on both sides about the responsibilities of a parent and the expectations of an education system.
Let's start with this, and we can go this here. Tell me which side that you want to take, and I will try my best to do the opposite side.
Okay, so I'm going to take the side of that it's the parents' responsibilities, but the school should enforce it. So they should work collectively together.
So you think the parents are more responsible?
Yes.
Okay.
But the schools should enforce it. And they should enforce it in what respect, right? Obviously, parents are the best teachers when it comes to ethical and values, right? Ethical values. The parents are. Unfortunately, not every parent is, and we need to think about the child. That's why I would say that if an education system doesn't just concentrate on the academics, but also incorporates social responsibilities, moral and if immoral development, schools can teach civic morality, which increases, like, for example, it increases the chances of the likelihood of people voting. So I think it should be a coordinated. You're not liking this. I think it should be a coordinated.
I'm on the opposite side, so I'm putting in my mind how I'm putting this together.
Yeah, I think instead of schools just purely teaching academia, I think there should also be schools enforcing civic morality and, morals, civil morals, civil ethics.
Okay. All right.
Because children, let's look at the reality, right? Children are in school for the majority of the day. I mean, I don't know in the US, but in England it's 8:30 to 3:30. Then, like in the mornings, family time is very limited because normally it's mayhem getting the kids to school, right? And in the evenings, if you've got clubs, if your kids have got activities, the time spent with parents nowadays is, and a lot of the time, especially in England, it's two working parents, not a stay-at-home mum, because of the way the economy is right now. So we have to be realistic in understanding that our kids spend a lot of time away from us. However, some might argue that if we give schools more power, we give them more power over our children. I think a collab would be better, not a one or the other. What do you think?
Well, I guess the first question in my mind is how much how much power do you think parents already have over their children? That's the first thing. You don't have to really answer that. That was the first thing that popped in my mind since you say that. But since I'm going to try to take a stab at being on the opposite end, I'm going for the school board. Let's be honest. There are some parents that just they don't have the skills. They don't have the skills. They don't have the knowledge to
Right.
basically teach their kids the quote important lessons. They don't they don't
Agree.
have they don't have that. I think if we want to put people in a responsibility, we should really put the institutions that will be quote the most responsible for them. I think we risk leaving some kids behind. That's what we see in society right now. And
Hmm.
not for nothing, school systems and the standards that they approach. I do think that we should give schools, if anything, more responsibility when it comes to it, because quite frankly, parents are just not equipped. They're not equipped enough. I think it's crucial that we train professionals in order to give kids the proper guidance to these complex issues. It's
I
true.
agree with you.
It's
I
true
agree.
when we have parents who, let's just say, not every kid has two parents, but when we
Right.
have parents who, if the most that we can say is they can give moral structures or family values, the entire globe, the human society, is more than just the individual perspective of family values. It's more than that. It's how people are trained. Because part of the question is about how do they also prepare for not just morals, but modern life. That means being professionals, how to integrate with other people, how to understand, um, how to understand temperament, how to understand respect, kindness, cooperation. These are not necessarily the things that are always brought up when it comes to parents. Because let's be honest, if you have a racist parent, you can wind up with a racist child. Does that really help them when they get into the real world? Of course, it does not. But school education system, which is also put in an area of diversification, can, because they'll understand that everybody's the same. What do you think about that?
I have to agree with you actually, to be fair, because I think our school, the current the current our schools currently are teaching old fashioned, out of date. The curriculum is not appropriate for today's world. But I agree with you about training academics, training doctors, technicians,
Okay, cool.
and go ahead.
No, no, I'm agreeing with you, but I do
Yes.
have a question about what you're saying. But go ahead.
Yeah, so, but I also think instead of just academia, we should integrate, you know, teaching our children through schools, as well as the morals, the family morals. The school, those are up to the family, but the schools should try and prepare kids integration into real life. So
So,
teaching them about social.
so
Yeah.
so you and I are on the opposite end of this one, right? Because what you're saying is that you would like parents to be the forefront people, and you would like this education board to be the support, the
Hmm.
supplements, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking it's the other way around in the approach that I'm taking. Because I'm going to say that, as you stated for yourself, you have so many parents that are just not, well, not for yourself, but I'll say there are so many parents who are just not equipped. They're not equipped. They're not equipped to be able to raise kids. And to even on your own stating, is that kids spend the majority of their time in school. We have so many
Right.
different families that they don't have all the time to spend with kids. They don't. They don't have the time to, never mind, have all the equipment up here to be able to teach kids in a particular mindset for everything they need to be trained up in life, because the world is more than just family values and morals. It's
Well,
way
we're
more than
moving
that.
away from family values.
But let's be honest, morals can be taught in school. Family values maybe cannot, but morals can be taught. So we have to ask, should the parents be really the ones that are sitting there at the forefront, or should the parents be in the support role? Because we are training these people to be the best for society in the future, not to just be individuals who can spit family rhetoric.
That's an interesting point, Resla, because if we move towards the direction of allowing our educational establishments to guide our kids further away from the family unit, which could potentially happen, then what happens to what's a ever decreasing family unit already? What happens to that? So it's
well, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. I'm just curious. I'm trying to be devil's advocate.
I want to ask the question: where's the family values now? We see more and more, whether it's here in the U.S., whether it's across the pond, thing that families are not holding on to their values as strongly as they would like to be. Most parents, let's be honest, as I just made a state to our last thing we were talking about when it came to religion, a lot of families are sitting in Christian values, which are already being mocked upon. A lot of the people that they're trying to teach their kids for the younger generation aren't really falling into those areas. They're not. They're following other values. And then I will even say this much. The people that we spend the most time with are the people who we tend to learn the most from. I hate to say it, but parents are not being those individuals. They're not. We're not going to talk about the summertime when you actually get to hold on to your kids while parents still have to go to work and the kids just mainly just sit at home or get knocked up or whatever the hell they're doing during the summertime. But for the majority of the time, they're spending their time with educators. If parents were really as equipped as they claim that they could be in being so responsible when it comes to children, then they would not need to hire educators to come into their children's home in order to teach them. Obviously, parents do not have the skills to be able to educate their own children. The only thing they can really ground them in is family values. As far as morals go, education system can teach morals on a foundational basis for society, because we're together. Whether you want to talk about parents or whether you want to talk about the education system, we want to make sure that we are building actual human beings who are going to be the most productive for society at the end of the day.
I agree, Resla. That's why I said I believe in a supportive role from the schools rather than a main role for the school. Because how much time is there in a day to know? Because obviously, the forefront of the teacher's main thing is to teach academia. That's their job, the curriculum.
I agree.
Right? And teachers may disagree and say, no, it is not our responsibility to teach your children morals and social ethics. They may turn around and say that.
I think they should.
I think they should have a supportive role with parents, because you're right. Parents aren't always equipped.
They're not. But I say they shouldn't even I don't think they should take a backseat role. I think they should take the front seat role. Because why? Parents are not able to do the job. Parents can't have a problem just holding on to their kids and trying to teach them normal phonics. You obviously are not equipped. I think the parents just need to take a backseat role and be the actual support. Because why? They are unable to do it. You have one of these parents that are not able to teach their kids phonics. You have all these parents that claim they don't have enough time to be able to teach their kids things. This is why they keep sticking phones and tablets in front of their goddamn faces. They don't do enough of a due diligence to be able to teach their kids financial literacy. There are so many human beings that do not learn financial literacy that they either have to go to post-education to get it done, which means that these are the things that should be emphasized in earlier education. Because why? Even the family members that they have cannot do it. Whether it's the mother, the father, the aunt, the uncle, the grandparents, they don't teach the kids. So we should just be giving more to support school systems so that they can be able to help children, because apparently left in the hands of family members, they don't get the job done. That's the stance I'm taking.
No, I agree with you to an extent. I think we should be more supportive of our educational establishments. I think all too often parents tend to go against these establishments. We should work more with them. So like I said, it can be a collective, because unfortunately what happens is some children do get left behind. Those children that don't have the parents to teach them moralities and what's right and wrong, and then it's not being done in schools, they get left behind. They get left behind. So I'm thinking of those children. That's why I think schools should definitely improve. Well, first of all, update the curriculum, which is not up to date and it's not appropriate for today's society. First and foremost, and second,
we're agreeing on that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, let's look at Resla. We're both educated. How much of what I was 25 when I finished university, right? How much of what we learned from the ages of 4 up to 25 have we taken with us through life?
Through 24. Oh man, I wasn't shit through 21 to 23. So
Oh, I was a shit too, but I like learning. I was a bookworm. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed studying, and I know more and more children nowadays are moving away from education, I think. And I think it's important to establish that the reason why they're walking away is because it's no longer relevant to life.
I disagree. I don't think that people are quitting education because it's no longer relevant. I think they're quitting education because the value of what education is no longer prepares them for the real world. Because there's no sense in putting yourself in debt for education if you cannot achieve anything because of how the job markets have been when it comes to education. The idea that you would go through the effort of working so hard throughout, let's just say 4 to 6 to even 12 years, and then to get into a world where the information that you just learned is either dead, dying,
Mhm.
or there's no room for you in that industry is the issue. That's the reason why. It's not because it's worthless. It's because when you get out there, there's not much room for you.
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. But this is why we need to completely restructure our educational establishments
Mm-hmm.
and include, the moral and the social ethics. Because when we do leave education, we go into a place of work. It is key that we understand social ethics for our success in life. If we don't understand social ethics, which some parents may not be equipped to teach their children, what happens to that child that leaves education, whether it be whatever age?
I'm happy because you're right on line of what I'm talking about. Social ethics should be something that's taught at school, not in
Mm-hmm.
the household. I mean, let's be honest. Can you really? I mean, the thing about social ethics, and this used to be something done, at least in my time when I was growing up. When you say that you were a by yourself child, you were a single child.
An only child.
You're an only. There you go. Oh, I couldn't think of
Mm-hmm.
the word only. Um,
Yeah.
but that means it was your parents' responsibility to put you in front of other kids, to make play dates, all this other shit, so that you can be able to learn how to socialize, because they couldn't always be around. They were working, they were doing whatever, they were doing swinger parties, whatever the fuck they were doing. Well, but the fact of the matter is that you were home all the time by yourself. Now, that means all your social interactions, all your friend building, the fact that you're not being a weird monster in the corner while everybody's out playing dodgeball, had to be through school. But if we teach the education system, if we teach teachers to be able to put forth programs to help people become sociable, kids become sociable, later adolescents to become more sociable, so that they know how to interact with other people in society, that's more beneficial, which also goes back to the idea of that parents are just not well equipped to do the job. Because why? I can even tell you that people who grow up, parents are not even asking to look at kids' report cards. Parents are not going to teacher parent conferences because they're just too damn busy. Which means that we need to have a system that is more tailored toward paying attention to the child, rather than just believing that when the child goes home, parents can do the rest of the job, because parents are failing at it.
Well, that was agreed. And with the increase of our children staying in more, now more than ever and not socializing outside. Let's look at the difference between when me and you were children. We were thrown outside and got told to come back before dark. Now kids are
Now,
spending more and more and more time at home.
agreed.
And I have a single child and I understand the dangers of the social interaction aspects when you've got no other children around for them to learn. Even though while he was at school, I used to do the play dates and all that because that was really super important to me. That my only child learned how to be a good social being,
Mm.
and in schools, not only parents are failing at this because they're too busy because of life, because of the yeah.
Life is not the way it
But
used to be
where's the
for
blame at
people.
though? Are we gonna turn around and say it's our fault, it's our parents' fault? Or are we gonna say because we're not making enough time, or as parents, do we say because of the way the economy is right now, we are being forced to not spend as much time with our children?
I want to say, as citizens, as parents, as teachers, as educators, like, we are all to blame. I
Mhm.
will just say for me here, let's say in the US, right? It is ridiculous. And by the way, can't see the chat,
No,
but
I
for
can't
all
see the chat.
can't see the chat, but for all my people who are here in the US, I think I can say that we all pretty much agree that it's ridiculous that we can call ourselves the greatest nation in the world. But when we look at where we sit in the education level, it is abysmal. When we can say that people will come here for our education systems, take everything that we have to give, but it's still called abysmal, by the way, and they will leave and they will better off and they will be able to build things up in their own countries, wherever the mainlands they come from. Hell, even Kim Jong Un, you know where he fucking went to go to school in? America. His father died. He was in college, and what did he do? Go right over there, and now he's doing whatever the fuck he's doing in North Korea. Everyone comes here, but even though we have a education system that is sitting there that we call abysmal, but yet everybody will still come here. I think if we brought more dynamics into how people should be able to relate with each other on a personal and even on a global understanding of when it comes to all that stuff, we're going to be better off. I think that if we are, as a US people, if we spent more time being involved in our government, I'm going to keep putting this up there so that we would actually have the educational standards to be able to hold up to people. And I think you guys can do that over in Britain as well, because you guys are just pretty much just like us. Just
Hmm.
like us. That you guys that would have the great amount of human beings that will be able to help take care of everything that's going on in Parliament as well. But that's not where the focus is. It's not. When it comes to the societal aspect, that's not what we're looking at when it comes to how people want to be moved. It's it's appalling that we have people out here who quote come out with degrees, that we look at them as senators and representatives and what, and we see that they gone to some of the best schools, whether it's freaking Cambridge or even Harvard or whatever. And then when we hear them speak in the real world, they're goddamn idiots. It's appalling that I can see somebody like a George Bush who went to a school that I could not get to, even on the education level, because I didn't try that hard. But let's be honest, even the way he's speaking, he ain't try that hard either. But to say that he is somehow above me, no, 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 because you laugh about that, right? But I say the same thing. I say the same thing. Looking at who? Boris Johnson. This motherfucker is
Listen,
absolutely.
I have to agree with you 100%. Now, listen, when it comes to the highly educated people that enter our politics, they're a
But we're
bunch
supposed
of
to be convinced. But we're
twats.
supposed to be convinced that they're some of the brightest
Mm, no,
to lead
just
us.
no, 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 they're not.
So I
And
think if
it's,
we put more of an emphasis on education to really know what is what and to state what is what, we're going to be better off. Because obviously, leaving it up to parents is just not enough. It's not enough.
but
Not
do you
because
think there's a
they don't
danger
mean
though,
well.
Resla? Do you think that there's a danger that when we give our educational establishments more power over our children, is there not a danger of the family unit completely breaking to pieces? And it's we're already halfway there.
We are halfway there, and again, I'm trying to go on a part that is opposite of your end. Like, trust me, I think parents should definitely be more involved in what's going on. But to look at the education system and where they are on and where messaging on, because kids are choosing matter. When I look at the education system, parents should be cleaning up the education system. I don't want to hear about some pink, purple, red hair feminist who feels it's very important that she tells her second graders that she came out and she finally came out the closet. That's not important.
Right.
That's not important. But as far as who kids are spending the most time with so that they can be able to get the most out of education, to be able to be productive members of society, good people for society, I think that we need to give the education system more responsibility and hold them to a higher standard. We should give them responsibility and have the parents have to be the ones that have more power to hold them to a standard.
There's dangers with that too, though, because parents will always be selfish and think about their own and not as a collective.
Then they need to do a better job.
What was that? I missed that last bit.
Then they need to do a better job.
Yes, we do. We need to improve. We need to improve as parents because, you know, we are failing to an extent as parents as the family unit breaks.
Mel, the ball has been dropped and parents have been watching this ball roll down the hill and they have not tried to pick it up yet. They just complain that the ball rolling.
I agree. You know, and also with the huge increase of single mothers, and that then becomes even more problematic for that child because there's half of the family unit that is missing in respect to teaching them morals and ethics. So children may grow up to be, especially the boys, more inapt to be inapt and unable to understand what a man and the man's role is. And so but my question is, can that be taught in school? I don't think that can. Well, yeah, because I'm obviously looking at the figures or the huge increase in single parent families.
Men could absolutely be, young boys can absolutely be taught how to be men. But you know what that also means? Not having a bias in the system and allowing more male teachers to be there. See, when I came up,
but when male teachers want to enter it, this is a
when
question.
I came up, I had plenty of male teachers. It didn't just take me to go to the college level to get male teachers. I had male teachers outside of fucking gym. I had male teachers. Now, the majority of teachers are women. There are not enough male teachers. And even it's been reported in the education system that male teachers feel like they are ostracized and they don't really have a voice because the female teachers will turn around and shout them down. This
is what I'm saying about the reformation of the school systems, completely tearing it down and making it relevant. I have to agree. When I was growing up, there was an equal amount, I remember, being of male and female teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, yes, I definitely see the difference that male teachers are the minority. So how do we push or encourage men to teach our children equally like the women?
For one, give more respect and pay teachers accordingly. Pay teachers properly. That's for one. Most so here's what I've noticed just here in the US stats. We don't have enough teachers who are in the middle. So I mean like junior high school and high school. Most male teachers go to college institutions and most female teachers go to like elementary school. In the middle, people are kind of just all over the place. They're kind of lost with the people leaving the education system altogether. So, which means that we don't have proper and solid educators who are there in the middle ground to help guide them. And this is how we get into areas where there are people who are leaving high school and they're only reading on, say, the 4th grade reading level, or you have an entire state. I'm not going to mention the state, but we're going to have an entire state where everybody who has graduated that senior year in high school could not pass math on a 4th grade level because those areas, those teachers, that foundation, that dedication to that is missing. And the thing that teachers have always complained about for as long as I can remember has been the respect and the proper compensation for being a teacher. First of all, they say we don't get paid enough.
Right.
Which I agree, they should. But also, we don't get the same respect because there was a point where if your teacher said something bad about you and they sent you home, whether they sent you home with a sticker or a note, or they called your parents, left a fucking answering machine, whatever, your parents paid attention. Now, because of just how society is in general, parents go and say, "Don't say shit to my kids. You're there to teach. Just teach."
Right. And
Even
and
you
this
don't
is
get
this is where
respect,
the conflict is.
right?
This is where the conflict is because it's true. Once upon a time, if you were sent home with a note, your parents would come down on you like a ton of shit.
There you go.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Now, those very same parent or the parents now, like you said, will go into the schools and be confrontational to the teachers, the principal, and all that. So what so this is a tricky one because how do we change it? How do we change an entire establishment, and also how the parents who send those children to us, that they're, like you said, there's lack of respect. There shouldn't be. We need to respect our teachers more. They're teaching our children. They're spending all day with our children.
It'll be a difficult way to get it done because it requires votes, it requires legislation, it requires real reform change, but
Hmm.
and it will also require parents, believe it or not, having more power than teachers, and teachers having more power than students. It literally would have to be a program where we can turn around and say, make education great again.
No, I
By
agree with you.
first of all, by putting parents in the position of power for holding the teachers accountable and giving the respect to the teachers by paying them accordingly to be in specific areas, regardless of what school it is, which means that they can be paid accordingly, regardless that they are in the slums or whether they are in a high prep school, that they are paid and they are treated with the same amount of respect. Because
And
we have a lot
again,
of people that leave really have smart kids, but they leave those areas because, quite frankly, that school's not doing enough, which means we need to have an educational program that funds schools properly.
well, I was just going to say that actually, Resla, you went exactly where I was going. I was going to say one of the problems is the lack of funding from local authorities for the schools. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. The funding, and what's happening is because of that, children with special educational needs are being completely failed because of the lack of funding. Because with the massive growth that we're seeing over the last 20 years with autism, those children, because of all of the things that we stated, they're the ones that are suffering the most right now. They're the ones that are being left behind. They're the ones that are not conforming, not because they don't want to conform, because of their very disability, they can't conform.
It depends. It depends. The issue that we have when we talk about autism is that it's not clearly defined. It's a large spectrum.
It's a large
I've
spectrum,
seen
right?
people who can sit there and debate the pants off of somebody, but they say turn around and say, "I have autism." What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? And I've
What do you
seen people
mean,
who
Resla? What does that mean? What do you mean?
I've seen people who can talk circles around someone and totally have them be like, "You got it, you won, man. I can't even. I am caught." I've seen people who play chess, they do very well, who can talk to you and everything, and then they'll turn around and say, "I'm on the spectrum." What does that mean? Versus someone who we can see who has an actual debilitating thing where they need to slow down because they really need to really think about what's being said because they're not cat. But because autism is such a wide spectrum, and we can't really say, like no one really say, what number of autism are you? Like no one does that. No one does this. Everybody just says, I'm on a spectrum. No one says like I'm a number 12 on the spectrum. Like no one does that. No one does
Well, I
that.
don't know
Like
about the US, but in England we do have high functioning, and there's a difference between a high functioning on the spectrum and
I
somebody who's
I have
nonverbal, for example.
teachers who say that they have autism. I have seen doctors who say that they have autism. Uh, Unless we have clearly like again, because we live in a society in the world right now where we're very sensitive when it comes to language, they don't even want to say the R word anymore. You don't want. I'm gonna just say it. They don't want people to say that you're a retard anymore. We taking that away. That used to
Well,
be that used to me. There was a difference between called slow and being called a retard. There was a difference. And but they don't, you can't say that. So we just gonna put everybody on the spectrum of being autism. Like so what again, there was a time when you were in special ed, and depending on what you were in special ed for two reasons. Two reasons only. Either you were slow and you needed more time, or you were extremely smart and you needed to be in a whole other world of your own. Now you're just in there and you have the smart kids sitting there with the people who are not doing as good, and everybody's got to figure it out. And the problem that we have when it comes to education, which is why I wholeheartedly say I have no problem with people who want to homeschool their kids, is because you get a very individual perspective that gets to get tailored to how that kid actually learns. In the education system, this is something we need more education on to
right.
teach educators how to understand, navigate, and see kids on an individual level. We can't teach kids as if they're working for factories in the fucking anymore, like how education system got started. Because
Well,
there are
that's
people
what's
who
happening right now,
right,
Resla. That's what's
right,
happening right now. We are
hasn't changed. Right.
right, and the problem is that what's happening right now is that a lot of the time now, because of the lack of funding from the local authorities, the
Mm-hmm.
schools are very results driven, but but they're not catering to individuals. It's this is the program. If you could fit the program, you could be the most intelligent kid in class, but if you do not fit the norms that that school has outlined. And a lot of the time that'll be through their behavioral policy, which by the way, a lot of the times the behavioral policies of schools are discriminate against disabilities. A lot of if you lot, each individual one of you who have got autistic children, check out the behavioral policies, and I'll
Mm-hmm.
guarantee you there will be discrimination right before your child puts his foot through the door, because they're still now in 2024 are not counting autism as it being different. They're just
But what does
tarring all
that
the
mean, though? That's
well,
the point of
because of
spectrum.
I tell you what it means. I'll make an example, right? Because of the neurological condition, yeah, which obviously means that that brain is wired differently to you or not to you and I, right? When a behavioral policy says, I don't know, an example,
Eh. It's like
yeah,
it's like saying it's like so a good word that keeps popping up in a lot of spaces, and we've even covered it here in your space for a while. Is narcissism. Everybody has something that can check that box of narcissism.
right.
So there's a spectrum of narcissism then.
There is a spectrum of narcissism, yes.
But it's the same thing for autism. Not everybody who has autism is on it has a debilitating factor, which is why we're not very concrete and
No,
can
I
call
disagree
something what
with
it
you there,
is.
Resta. I think whatever level on the spectrum you're at, there's a deliberating factor. Absolutely.
So ADHD, they also call that a spectrum of autism. Are we saying that all those people are slow as well?
No, ADHD is also included on the spectrum, but the needs of an
So they are high
ADHD
functioning
child,
individuals, correct?
yeah, the needs of an ADHD child are so much different to a child who doesn't have ADHD, and schools don't account for that. Schools, look,
Oh, I
they're
know, because they put young boys on Ritalin all the time.
right. They don't account for it.
Hyper.
The schools are, look, there's one teacher. I don't know what it's like in the US. Most of the time, it's about 30, 35 children per class, right? With one teacher. And in that 30, 35 per class, there's going to be a whole load of children on different levels in the spectrum. And the teacher is not equipped or educated enough to understand about individual tailors. Instead of concentrating on the children individually, it's almost like a mass production. And whoever comes out at the top, whoever gets through it, which a lot of the time are children who don't have a neurological condition because they can adapt easier to the rules being set out because they don't have that disability where their brain is neurologically diverse. Yeah. And the ones that make it out are the ones that can follow instructions the best, who don't have that disability. And teachers, that's why I said it needs total formation. It needs to be reformed. Our educational system from A all the way down to Z needs to be reformed. It is inappropriate for society today in how, and don't get me wrong, it's not, I don't blame the teachers. I blame the lack of funding and, like you said, the lack of respect.
I blame the parents because they're the ones who are paying into a system that pays the teachers, that pays the education system, and they're not demanding that more be done.
They should be demanding that more be done.
They should be. Or
right.
What they should be doing is, if they're not getting what they want, as hard as it's going to be, they need to start pulling kids out of freaking school to get educated, to pay for actual educators to come to do more homeschooling.
Tricky when you're in the financial market that we're in today. Tricky.
Hey, so for the people who are not as financially savvy, for those who are most financially savvy, because I could say this for a lot of people who are not in that financial predicament, how often are they being the most diligent, being the most aggressive to make sure that their kids get what they want? Or are they too busy going on the coast to coast to make sure that they show up to work on time than worrying about what's going on with their kids? Because here's my thing. Even if you say you can't be so, and we can get into a whole big thing about that, but because this is my thing. If you're not going to be physically and even financially responsible to know that you're having children, you shouldn't be going about doing it. Because there's a difference between being a parent and being a guardian. If you're just there to throw your kid in and out of the school system and you ain't got no time for them, whatever, guess what? You're a guardian. You're not a fucking parent.
Yeah, but I would argue, Resla, I would argue that I would argue though that parents, yes, are getting a little bit lazier than they used to be, but I would argue that it's societal pressures and the cost of living that we are so busy trying to make ends meet that our children are the victims of that. Because how many families do you know with stay-at-home parents? Certainly in England, it's a dying breed.
But who allowed the kind of workforce that we have today, where we have to be so dependent on two people working in the household? Was that because we can turn around and say our government, but who allowed it? The people.
Is it the people, or is it the people, or is it the corporations?
Did the government practically force women to have to go to work?
Yeah, we know
no,
that in the no, come on, that's not true. In the 80s, in the 90s, there was a massive, and that was done intentionally, push on women to go to work.
Even when the feminist movement started, the majority of women did not agree with them, did not want it.
But did it happen there, Resla? That's the whole point. It did.
But again, we have the problem with math, right? The minority tends to rule, not the majority.
In certain circumstances, yes.
Did not want to do it. They didn't. They did not want to do it. And even if so, let's just say it happened, cool, feminism, hooray, on the books. If the majority of women still did not want to go to work, could not be forced because they just wanted the traditional lifestyle, the government would have no choice. Because why? There would not be an abundance of people trying to seek gainful employment. Women co-opted to saying, we want to work. We want to earn our own money, which is why the government turned around and said the words, yes, because that means we get more people paying taxes.
Oh God, yeah, but in England, I know certainly they drove that movement. hard.
They didn't kick in doors and grab women by the ankles, drag them out, and drag them to the office and threw a fucking application in their hands. That's not the way it happens.
Well, I don't know. I don't know for the US, but in England
happened.
it was well, no, in England it was a movement which was intentionally put in place to break the family unit. And it was women were
Same
like
here.
given power for the first time, real power.
That was feminine. That's what happened here. In fact, black people still talk about it to this day, how men were kicked out the household because Big Daddy government came in and said it was better for you to be working and not have a man in the household. Like we go through that shit over here. But here's the truth of the matter. At the end of the day, even if the devil offers you a contract, who's the one that decides to sign to it?
Right.
You do.
True, but societal.
So when women decided that they also too can be Rosie the Riveter, y'all did that to yourselves. Y'all did that.
You can't blame all of it on women individually. Come on.
That y'all decided that wasn't the men. That wasn't your government. You decided to go fill out an application because you decided that was the role that you wanted for yourself. Because you looked at your mothers and your grandmothers and you know what you said to them? I don't want to be like you because I consider you to be a slave. This is what we heard.
There's a certain element of that which is true, Resla, but I have to always argue that as well as what you said, there was societal push. When society pushes a narrative.
Who? You say society, you mean other women?
No, because our government in the 90s were all up for giving us the power. We're all up for giving women the power. The companies, the corporations.
Does the government outnumber women? Or is the women that say, I have an opportunity I never had before. I got like it's like you get excited when you get excited when you get the mail. You get the mail that comes in. You say, oh my God, my credits, I got a new credit limit. I gotta spend this money. Y'all decided to do that. No one else did that to you. You decided you wanted to spend the money. No one else did that to you.
True. But I'm also saying that yes, what you're saying is true. But at the same time, when society drives a movement, yeah, and and that movement was driven not just by the women, but the corporations that were hiring them, who were predominantly male in power positions. That's not just a woman saying.
When you guys were able to work, and you guys were able to put in all that stuff, you know what those company standards also put in said? You know what they also started doing? Quotas.
Yeah. But are you understanding? Are you understanding?
Some Poindexter came by and said, Mr. Jeremy, you don't have enough women on your staff. I need you to fire 8 men and hire at least 5 women. And we need that done by next Tuesday. Is next Tuesday good, Mr. Jeremy? Okay. That's exactly what happens.
It is what happened. But then we could argue that it was a societal agenda, and you can't necessarily just blame the women. It was an equal hand in that movement. I'm sorry, it was, because like I said, the leaders of the corporations that were hiring the women were men.
Why did the men have to hire those women? Because there was a push for a women's movement to say that we can do it too. And then there was actually an agenda being pushed that said companies need to hire women. Not should, not is optional.
Need to.
You must.
You must. You're right. You must. But who was that driven by?
By who? The government. Pushed to by who? The women who did it. And was it the majority? The majority should have said, shut the fuck up. Sit the fuck down. Now what happened though?
No, it's not what happened. But I'm really divided with this thing. And I tell you why in respect to this subject. Because I want to fight for my sisters and say, yeah, if we want to get a job that gives us, I don't know, 200 grand a year, same as the example, same as a man, yeah, I want to give my sisters to say, yeah, you can do it too. But at the same time, I'm divided because obviously I'm seeing the effects of what's happening to families by saying to the women, yeah, you can do the same corporate job for the same money. So I'm divided because I want to give my sisters the power to say you are financially independent. But then I am very well aware that when we do that, our children are suffering. I am conflicted on a matter.
And here's the thing where I'm going to jump into the whole part when it comes to you ladies, right? Because you'll speak about equality, but nothing is equal in the movements that you make.
Well, that's a whole different alleyway that we can go down.
Well, even when we consider the equity that people are putting out, DEI and all stuff, there's nothing equal in what's being made. I mean, even to the point where, hate to say it for the ladies, they were equal in allowing people to express themselves and to get surgeries. And then they're complaining about we're getting our ass whooped in freaking sports and even in the Olympics. Well, guys are not the ones who are suffering through that. Hey, there are no people of those communities coming through and killing us in the Olympics and killing us in our sports. That's only happening with the ladies because, quite frankly, you think that there is a communal society where we say, no, there should always be a point where only the strong, only the most competent are the ones that make it.
Sorry, Reza, can I just clarify? Are you talking about transgender women in female sports?
I am.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
We don't suffer from that.
No, you don't.
We don't.
No, you don't.
Not because they don't want to, but they understand that they would get no quarter. Like, they understand there'd be no, like, we're not allowing that to not stopping them. We just know that they're not gonna get any leeway. They're not gonna get any sympathy. The rim is gonna stay where it's at. You're still gonna get popped in the shoulder as a wide receiver. Like, all that stuff is still gonna happen. So they say, no, let's go where it's easier. You don't hear about people going transitioning to become men to try to dominate. It just doesn't happen.
Well, it can't physically, it's almost impossible.
But so you hear about the other people transitioning to go into female spaces. And this is why I say, well, the moment you started seeing that women should have been banding the same way how I said the majority should have been banding when these heifers were sitting there talking about, I want to be Rosie the Riveter too. They should have said, shut the fuck up.
See, the problem with that, Resla, though, and I'm conflicted on this too. Do I believe that it is fair for a transgender woman to compete with naturally born women? No. However, there's not enough transgender women to make their own category. So what do we do then?
Apparently there is, when you turn around and say that they are women too. When
now we're going on.
People are struggling saying the crazy question that never been asked before until this age of the 21st century. What is a woman? That was never a question until now.
That's a whole different, now we're going on. You're saying there's only a two-gender. You're saying there's only a two-gender society.
Did you hear about more until most? Let's go back into time. Let's go back to Mel 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. Did you ever have to worry about this?
It was never. It never came into my life.
No, it never came into anyone's life. That's the point.
Well, no, I must say, no. Transgender women have been around since like the 17th, the 18th century.
We've seen old movies in the 90s and even the 80s where we saw men dressed as women. You know what we called them? Cross-dressers. They weren't trans. There was a term. There were women who were married to cross-dressers. There was a term. But you know what also didn't happen? We didn't turn around and start telling drag queens that you are also women. See, we didn't. We knew what you
were. This one's a tricky one, Resla, because I am of a strong opinion that I allow people to be.
You know who RuPaul is?
Of course, I love RuPaul.
Cool. No one ever called RuPaul a woman until this recent age came up. And RuPaul has been a spokesperson for that for even called drag, not trans, drag for a very long time.
Yeah, but we have to understand that drag and trans are two completely different things, in my opinion.
Or do they look at that now? In your opinion, is that the way it's being looked at today? Because it's a new age.
You're right. You're right. Even
That's the
though
point I'm making.
I see it as two different things and separate
Right.
things.
Right. And now everything is being conflated. That's the point. And the issue that I'm having when I'm bringing forth this conversation to you, it's not to muddy the waters or anything, but when I'm speaking about the ladies, when we're talking about this whole thing, when it comes to education, when it comes to people being together to try to bring it, is that if we don't have people who hold the line and hold the standards, and we just say we want to give everything to everyone, the same way I'll even say about the kids when it comes to parents, when the parents are not keeping an eye on the prize and they just say, well, we just expect that people are going to do the job that we should be keeping an eye on because we think that they should have our best interests at heart. But then they get mad at the fact that schools start making decisions with their kids behind their back. That's not the school board's fault. Yes, for them taking charge, but it's the parents' fault for not paying attention. Why is it my kid is taking altering drugs? Why is it my kid is getting a surgery? Why is it my kid it has two psychiatrists and a therapist and I never knew anything about it? Why weren't you involved in your kid's life?
No, absolutely. Parents should absolutely 100% be more involved in understanding what's happening within the confinements of a school. But we are
But they're doing it
skipping
in
on
society,
dangerous
Mel.
territory there, Resla, because on one hand, we're saying, we're going to give our schools more power to teach our children ethics and morals. But on the other hand, you're saying that we need to tell them, especially in the gender case, that there's only two genders. What about the trans women and trans men who already face enough shit in life? Hate. What
I
about
hate to
those people?
I hate to tell you this, but before we even started having the whole talk about trans women and trans men, we were already still having the conversation about gay men and gay women.
Right.
But
Right.
keep in mind, let me just put it that way. They didn't even get their quote independence until trans people started coming onto the field. And they have been around for way longer throughout human history. Why did that have to become a thing?
Well, they've been gay people have been around since the beginning of time. We know that in the Roman days, it was
They didn't get enough shine and get highlighted enough until trans people came out. And again, to tie it back as to what I was saying from the beginning, people allow shit to happen because they don't keep their eye on the prize. If I want to tie it back to the education system, I'm going to put parents in the blame and saying that you want things to be better for your kids, but you're not invested enough as to what's happening with your kids' future. And then you get mad once bullshit hits your door, then you're mad, but you weren't paying attention to all the signs when shit was going wrong. It's people who will turn around and say things like, it's bothering other people. It's not affecting my life because I see it on the far front, but it's not coming to me right now. So therefore, I'm good. Wrong. The same way how I would tie it back to our political system. You can't turn around and get mad at the fact that you have these people who do not necessarily represent your view on the primary, the general elections, when you weren't paying attention to the very specific of when they were running on your local elections. The small things matter in life. And the problem is that we're not educating families, we're not educating citizens to pay attention to the small things in life. That's my point.
No, that we can agree on, but I'm still conflicted with your point of view, Resla. I mean, do I believe that gender identity should be left until a specific age within the educational system? Yes, I think we should just allow our children to be children. I really do, and I think when that child gets to a certain age, if they're confused or if they're not even confused but know what gender identity they want to be. I don't. I think we should support them. I don't think that we should push a narrative.
That's a difficult road to stretch down, because to this day and age in 2024, we're still struggling on what the hell children are. Because we can hear people that sitting there talking about people who are in their 20s talking about their kids, they're being manipulated. They are grown adults, but they're being referred to as children. We're still having a debate over 16, 18, and 21.
Right. But if we want to look at the how the brain development, we can only say that true.
Mel, there are people in their 30s, there are people in their 40s that still behave like they're fucking teenagers and 20s. Maturity is maturity. It happens differently for everybody.
No, maturity is a different thing.
The person in their 40s, the person in their 30s, brains are not fully developed, because you know what we have is something called arrested development.
Right. But again, when it comes to the gender identities within the school confinement, I still think there should be support. But I think we need to be careful and understand that when is too much, which is what I believe is happening now. I think there's ever-growing children who are, 10, 11, 12, even younger, some a little bit older, who are confused because there's an agenda being pushed on them. So I think we have to tread carefully.
I agree. But how do we get the agenda to be? How do we allow the agenda in the education system to get that way? Parents.
Well, people. Even non-parents.
I hate to say it, but the only ones who can be responsible for kids in the educational system are parents, because only children can go to school.
But I don't believe it's parents who are pushing the agenda of gender identification.
No, it's parents who are not paying attention to the educational system, which is why it's being taught to children.
No, well, I think there is an awareness that this is becoming somewhat problematic for our children because we're confusing.
But being aware is one thing. When you want to do something about it, you choose not to.
Resla, have you ever tried to fight an establishment? I have, legally. Yeah, and unless you've got balls and of steel and money, it is difficult to try and change an educational establishment. I've been through it, and I was a lawyer for 2 years, a mock lawyer, not an educated, not like a qualified lawyer. And I'm telling you what, most people, the majority of people in my position doing that would have given up because it was hard. Let me
ask you a question. If you're in a single or even a two-parent household, if you have family or whatever, can you take your kid out of school?
You could take a kid out of school, of course. Well, not really, because legally there are implications when you can't take
your kid out of school.
No, not in England. You get fined. You could even face potential jail if you remove a child from school.
Okay, well, apparently the statutes are a little bit different, because what it sounds like is that you don't have ownership over your children.
To an extent, yeah.
No, did you need ownership to order the procreate?
No.
So you don't have ownership once they're born?
We should do, but
but that wasn't my question, though. Do you have own? Like, apparently, you don't really have the say so of your own children. Once they get a social security number, apparently, you don't have much say so.
No.
Which is crazy. So are they really your kids?
Removed from us.
So are they really your kids, or are they just my kids by name and name only?
But this is the.
What is going
Intermission
on?
Time? I can go and grab a coffee. Yeah.
Are y'all fucking or fighting?
I don't know. I'm not looking at the chat, Resto. Neither of us are looking at the chat. How are the chat responding to us?
Y'all are doing well though. But yes, this is a small intermission. I'm gonna put 3 topics in the bag. Very controversial. Y'all get to pick one. It's gonna be a fire round, and y'all get to pick which one y'all want. Just tell me 1, 2, or 3. If you need to grab a coffee, grab a piss.
Yes, please. I'm desperate for coffee. I'm saying again, I need a coffee.
Hey, everybody in chat.
Hey, everybody in chat. We're not ignoring you, but we're not watching you. I hope that you're on mute. Resla's on mute. Resla, you're on mute.
Yeah. No, he's talking to his chat. He's talking to his chat.
Yeah, chat.
I was talking to my chat.
Okay, let me check on my chat for a minute. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
we agreed. We agreed we're not going to be looking at the chat. So I understand you guys probably got some fire stuff going on, some critiques and opinions. And again, I had either very clear. Listen, just for clarity, thanks Resto for coming up here and give us a little bit of an intermission break. There are literally topics that Mel has decided to put herself in a particular position, and I agree with a lot of what she said. But I literally said I'm going to pick the other side, which means I have to represent a side that I don't even believe in. But I'm willing to do it because, quite frankly, that's the side I said I'm going to pick. That's all. Yeah. I'm going to represent it as best as I can. That's all.
So well, this has been a learning experience.
I'm really hoping that we are entertaining our viewers.
I hope so.
At least
I think so. I think so.
Coffee. Then we're going to grab that coffee.
Yeah.
Chat. I really hope that we're providing you with fine entertainment, right, Resla?
Absolutely.
I think this has been a learning experience. I've learned a lot of things from doing this. I got some advice to send out topics and then get the positions before, and then pick the topics based on if they are on opposite sides. Now, I should not have. I should not have.
We were looking at the questions. We were like,
y'all agree? Well, y'all agree on most things, but the thing is, like, I think I picked topics based on people. So, like, one person, like, I'm like, okay, yeah, they'll do good in this topic, and then that person do good in this topic. But I didn't expect y'all to agree on most of the things, and that's where I kind of.
Which is why, look, when I heard like the current topic we want about education and such, I was like, I think we're gonna agree just based on how I know Mel. I was like, let me see if I can do something a little different. I'm gonna go that way for once.
Yeah. And I appreciate you too, Resla. And I'm sorry if the lack of communication between us when.
You're good. I mean, like I said, I was trying to figure out what's going on. I had other projects, and I was just like, listen, I don't even know what else going on.
Bro, no one knows what's going on. So I'm gonna put these in the back. I'm gonna give you a little bit of an advantage. Okay. This is what. Oh, why doesn't StreamYard format? I keep forgetting that doesn't happen on StreamYard. Hold on, give me a second. Let me send these individually. Those are the topics though, but let me send these individually.
Because is it all bunched up? Is that what it is?
Yeah, StreamYard doesn't format when you type.
Okay.
So I have to send these individually to show
oh no.
And yeah, we will see what happens there. And we was also trying something new, like not having a moderator, because we were trying to see basically because it's more conversation / debate based.
Yeah, so it's like we're that. Yeah,
it's like, again, like swaying the minds of either the chat or the other person. So it's like, do we really need a moderator?
I imagine I have said quite a few things, and whether I agree with it or not, like I'm just trying to take the opposite end and trying to be a little provocative about it. I'm pretty sure people in the chat has probably been like, I do not agree with that.
I think y'all like each other too much to have like some of the debates, but in the future, I will make sure I do the things I said I was gonna do. Like,
listen, I've been trying to find a way where we really won't agree on something, but Mel's she's very likable.
Mel's just been shaking her head. Yes. Oh. she's been rolling up. I'm not gonna lie to you, Mel. You took the L on this one. You were rolling over for Resla the whole time. You were acting like Pandora and not Mel. You were rolling over.
I'm back. Mel. I'm back. What are you saying?
Nothing. Listen. Okay, go ahead. So, Mel, there are 3 topics in the bag. It's going to be a fire round. Y'all get to pick which one y'all want to go at. These are kind of, I would say, spicy things. And we will see what y'all want to go on.
Let's have a look at the spiciness.
Salute to chat.
Salute to chat, my loves. Hello, my loves.
Don't read the top one. The top one wasn't formatted correctly. It's the last.
Okay, no worries. I'll read the next 3 then. Oh, wow. Number 1 is spicy. Oh, I think I'm going to go for the spicy one, number 1.
Okay, we'll see what Resla wants, and we'll see if y'all are on the opposite side. Hopefully, because tonight you have been rolling over for Resla the whole time.
What does that mean?
Like he was just you were agreeing and going with like his narratives. Oh man, it's okay. We're gonna get you.
I agreed with what Resla was saying. I'm not going to lie. I maybe should have taken an oppositional point of view. Maybe that's where I've gone wrong.
Also,
But
salute the Restless chat. Salute the Restless chat.
All right, I'm back, y'all.
She says she wants to take number 1. So
Ah, damn it! Of course, I figured. I figured.
You don't have to pick the same.
No, I figured. Listen, all 3 of them just looks very bad for me. I'll do it. God damn it!
all right.
You want to do number 1?
I will take
He
it.
just did a number 1, didn't he?
He did a number
Oh
1.
my gosh! Yeah, I'll take it on. It's fine. It's fine.
No, I mean, I agreed, and this is a learning curve for me, most certainly, about debating. So this is only my second debate, and I'm with somebody who I agree a lot with. So I'm learning that maybe I should take a more oppositional view that I do not believe in.
No, not at all, not at all. Sometimes you do have to play devil's advocate, but like when you have opposing views, you just gotta, for lack of better words, stand on business.
But so far, me and Resla have agreed on pretty much everything.
In the beginning, you weren't, but then like both of y'all, like pretty much on opposing sides, and then like y'all would come together and just start, and y'all would just start to agree, and it's fine. And it's nothing against you. It's no slack against any of y'all. It's still a great live. We still got like a healthy 77 in chat. Shout out. Still, it's fine. But y'all want to take number 1, so I'll
do number 1. It's all right.
I will put up the prompt, and hopefully, in this fire round it goes well. So,
is there a timer on the fire round, Resto?
Yeah, because I believe we should either open up the panel or get this done, because I believe y'all been going for 3 hours. I didn't even notice it was that long.
No way, we've been going for 3 hours.
Yeah,
It's been a very good time. Yeah, we was back and forth.
And we only covered 2 topics, Resla.
Exactly. Like we didn't get through everything, but
this is what happened when you didn't set up a mod, so no one kept us in.
That is true. But I did it on purpose because I was like, okay, I wonder how it's gonna happen when I do this. I wonder how it's gonna go when I do that. So it's fine. It was really good. All
right, so let me pull away. Let me answer Jess, and then I'm gonna pull away from the chat, so I won't see the chat.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna pull away from the chat as well. Let me just change to take it to the private chat. Okay.
And I will be the person to say it. That way, y'all don't get clipped.
Okay. And can I just ask the timer? How long have we got?
How long y'all want? Maybe like 20 minutes. Is that enough?
20 minutes? Oh, for the whole thing, or just...
No, I think 20 minutes is more than enough, because if you think about the directions we can take with that topic, I don't think it'll be the same as what we've been discussing up till now, Resla.
So 20 minutes is good?
That's fine.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to set a time for 20 minutes. So I hope that this is a good idea. So the topic is, if a woman dresses like a whore, should she be treated like a whore? And go.
I'm gonna let you lead by example, Resla.
I was supposed to be hyperbolic right after the game.
No, because this is about women, so it's only right that I let you lead and I defend.
Sorry, I was thinking about coming right after the game. It's real stupid. I was gonna be like, absolutely a whore.
No, but most males would. This is the problem. Most males.
Do you honestly believe that?
I'd say the majority of men, not all of them, would be, if a woman dressed like a whore, you should treat her like a whore. Just because of the massive divide that we have between men and women right now. I think that men are targeting women, because of small percentages of women that are going into there's this huge problem right now with the well, it's not even a problem. It's something that's been around forever with what are those? I'm having a memory blank. The girls that have the what's that fucking thing called? The girls that have got
go girls.
Yeah, and the girls that have got the pay. The OnlyFans. That's it. The only pages, right? And because of a small percentage that have gone into this new, even though this kind of stuff has been going on for as long as we can remember, now all women are being targeted because of a small percentage of women that go into the only space, right? So men are targeting women as a whole. And this is, I don't think that anyone should tell a woman or a man how they dress. I really don't. And I think that there's so much judgment on women and how they dress, because a woman may want to show a bit of cleavage, show her legs. Does that make her a whore? No, she just may like the way she looks with her short mini skirt on or showing cleavage. A lot of time women dress for women, women don't dress for men. A lot of the time. Come on, Resla. Come on. Come at me.
I'm trying to piece it together. I'm trying to, because you even just made me laugh about the whole. Women dress like whores for other women.
No, I didn't say women dress like whores. That was the word in the title. I don't think that there's anything wrong for any woman to show a bit of leg, to show a bit of cleavage for her, to feel confidence. It gives us confidence. Yeah, and we dress for other women. There's a lot of pressure, women on women, on how we should look. Is it right to judge half the population on what they dress and how they dress? We're not in the 50s anymore. We're in 2024. If we want to go out in a penguin costume, that should be acceptable.
I mean, okay. You don't even have to go back to the 50s. I mean, there's always been horrors, way even before the 50s. But there's even, I'll even look at it this way now. Just for the idea of the self-expression of how women wants to be looked. Like here in the U.S., right? Women have put forth the rule of law, or you can even say it's on the books, that if men can walk around being chestless, that women can as well. If a woman, and this has happened in the industry that I've worked in one time where it was a very difficult conversation to have, but if a woman wants to walk around in a retail mall with no shirt on, she could by right.
No, she couldn't, but by law.
No, she could. She could over here. She can. If
men it's different over there. Shirt, it's different over there.
Without a shirt too. But that's not the common theme that women are willing to go about because of the optics of how it looks.
Well, who wants to reveal their naked breasts in like open spaces when there's so much, that woman would get so much hate. That woman would get judged.
Okay, we'll look at the actual conversation that just got put forth based on the question he asked. Women dress like a whore. Should she be treated like one? And we see women these days wearing as little clothing, being very much scantily clad as possible. When you say who would want to, apparently a lot of women. So should they feel really weird about the reception that's actually given towards them?
Well, women are aware of the perception that's given towards them when they, in the manner that which they were dressed.
So women understand that. If they understand,
there's a lot of shame.
If they understand that that's the perception coming toward them and they still choose that, why you get upset? Why so serious?
No, because I don't think that it's right to judge a woman in the manner that she dresses. You judge a woman by her actions.
Cool.
Yeah, not the way she looks.
Who's the biggest judge of women?
Men.
Other women.
Judge each other.
We love looking at it. If you are as scantily clad as possible, we love looking at you. Women are the biggest critiques of other women. It is not men.
No, men critique you men, and women critique us women, as well as each other's genders critiquing each other.
My point. Like, I'm sorry. But unless a guy looks like a bum, that's the only time the other men are really looking at other men. You look a bum. Like if you're in our social circle, you can't be looking like that. But if you just some random guy, just gonna laugh at the way you look. We don't give a shit about you. But women will be the one that will pull the toilet paper out your ass or pull the crease because your ass cheeks is putting in a fold that is getting the men's attention. She'll pull it out. She's the one that look at Chrissy. She look like a fucking hoe. Like this shit. So don't turn around and say other men. It's women that critique other women the most. Y'all the most venomous when it comes to looking at each other. That's not a man thing. That's a woman thing.
I think it's a both thing. I don't believe that anyone has the right to judge someone on how they dress.
How many men do you? I'm gonna say this because it's anecdotal, but how many men you see on a regular basis are out there in the street? You know, when you're in your clubs, when you come outside after another partying, another drinking, and you're whore, watching her.
I've never called another woman a whore based on what she was wearing. No. I think you men judge it harshly. You men, as soon as you see a woman dressed in, let's say, I want to call it. I don't even want to call it provocative manner. I want to call it in a because women have the right to dress any way they want. Why should they be judged by either men or women? Why should women be judged at all? Why should anybody be judged by the way they
I'm gonna do an Andrew Schultz, free the nipple.
No, but there is judgment on both sides. And when a woman shows a bit of cleavage or a bit of leg or whatever it is that she's showing, she instantly gets called a whore from both men and women. Men will instantly think if they're out in a club and they see a woman with less clothes on than another dress on, that they're going to land the one with less clothes on.
I can't see the chat same way how you do, so Resto will have to be the one to know. But guys, if there's guys in the chat or whatever, you tell me, you type in a one. Unless this happens to be a family member, a daughter, a family member, a daughter, or a close friend, how many of us are going out our ways to really critique and shame a woman who's dressed as scantily clad?
Oh, I think there's a lot more than what you think men-wise.
And then, ladies, how many women that you could say on a regular basis will turn around and shit on how other women are looking at the street? Whether they look like a whore, because that's the whole point of the conversation. But they look like a whore. You put in the two.
Well, yeah, but can you define for me what looking like a whore looks like?
Oh, that's what Resto put up. I have no idea.
I'm asking you as a man. I'm asking for your interpretation of what that looks like.
Here's what I say: looking like a whore. As little clothing as possible, particularly in black, maybe leather, maybe lace, fishnet stockings, and her tits out to everywhere else, just barely enough with the nipples just getting covered.
And how many women do you see out in the street with fishnet tights? And how many women do you see out in the streets like that?
Not many, which is why I say men are the one that are out there calling them whores.
Men are the ones calling them a whores. I see it all the time. I see it all the time on this very platform. I see it because I show a bit of cleavage. I get called a whore.
Wait. Mel, I don't know how many whores you got running up on this platform. I haven't seen these since I've been going to your platform.
No, there's not many whores on this platform. I'm saying that the men are calling the women. If you like, I show a bit of cleavage, I'm a whore. I have had 6-7 years with whore. I even get called a whore by women because I show a bit of cleavage.
My point. If a guy sees the titties, they're going, hey, to quote Marathon Kev, with the yitties out.
Yitties.
Making whole streams and saying that this woman's a whore or whatever. In fact, most men are saying, can we have more whores out there? We need more stuff.
No, but why shame a person? Why shame a woman for showing a little bit of cleavage or showing her legs? Why shame them?
The men are like,
we don't shame you on what you wear. Women don't shame men.
Women that are shaming, the men are not shaming. They're like, hey, let's see more. Especially the fact
they're being called. Yeah, they're saying let's see more, but they're being called.
Here's a great example of this. Here's a great example of this. Do you know what's one of the things that are put out there on YouTube, on these streets? YouTube that gets away with murder. That you will not see the inverse for men? Naked yoga. Women.
Is there a thing as naked yoga?
Women whores. How can she wear that? Nipples out. This bitch. There is no inverse of men spreading their cheeks doing naked yoga on
That's
YouTube.
not true, because men will have a perception of a woman as being a whore. He may not call her a whore. He will instantly consider her a whore.
Nice straw man. You didn't answer the question.
Easy.
How many naked men are doing yoga on YouTube? I'll wait.
How many naked women are doing that on YouTube? I've not seen no naked women doing that on YouTube.
Your man is down below. He can look it up. I know how many naked women are doing yoga on YouTube. He can look it up.
Naked women. I've never seen naked women on YouTube.
There's no on YouTube. It's not flagged. It's not taken down. They're naked, full bush, tits
on YouTube.
YouTube.
It's nudity. How is that possible? It's TOS. I don't get it.
How? I'm still wondering how myself. They're full nipples, full ass cheeks. No clothes. You know what's the only thing they're wearing that's not theirs? An earpiece. The entire.
I've never seen it. I don't believe you. I've never seen it.
Resto.
No, it's against TOS. How can it exist?
You don't need to show it. I just need you to confirm that, please, for me, sir. It is out there, because I'm still to this day wondering how that doesn't break TOS.
That's what I'm saying. The TOS. How can it be possible?
There's several content creators doing it.
I don't get it. I don't understand that. I don't. I haven't seen it. I can't say that.
If you can pull up a tab right next and you just type 2 words, naked yoga, you're gonna get it
on YouTube.
On YouTube.
So okay.
Not OnlyFans, not Rumble, not the YouTube. 2 words. Naked yoga.
Let me have a look. I'll have a look right now. I'm going to get flagged for looking. I'm going to get flagged for looking. Hang on.
Oh, right. Good. If you want, I'll even listen. I'll put the.
Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm looking at a naked woman right now.
Not flagged, Mel. Now, you will never see that in a male version because they don't allow it. But the people who are commenting the most are the men going, this is awesome. You know who the ones that are shaming them? Women.
The women. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Women.
So is it, yeah, but the question was, if a woman dresses like a whore, should she be treated like a whore? I'm saying, who defines the word whore? What is that?
The point I'm telling you is that it's not mostly the men that are treating them like whores. It is other women.
No, because men will go around and say, that's the kind of woman I'd fuck. That's the kind of woman I'd marry. And putting them in categories.
No problem. But you know what's also being said out here in these streets, Mel? Hoes becoming housewives.
I've never seen no man say hoes becoming housewives.
Yes, absolutely. Hoes being housewives.
I'm so shocked at what I can see on my phone.
Why would I lie? Why would I lie?
I'm like,
hoes being housewives.
No, but first of all, who defines what is the definition of dressed like a whore? What does that mean exactly?
I guarantee when it was put up, it wasn't the guys who did it. It was the women who did it, starting with their daughters. You can't go out looking like some cheeky whore. It was them. It wasn't us. It wasn't.
No. Because obviously, a father's going to tell his daughter, like,
ma'am, in this day and age where there are a lot of single households, there are a lot of, when we see that tight mini skirt, you know what the guys are thinking? I wonder if I can get a finger up there.
Exactly that. But why is that right? Why should you men have those intrusive thoughts just because a woman's wearing a tight skirt? I wonder if I can get my fingers in there. And equally, why should a woman judge another woman for wearing a tight skirt?
What do the women do, Mel? They say, she's a whore. Look at the way that she's dressed.
No, I don't think all women do that. I think some women do that. I think a lot of women are accepting of each other.
Never stated for all. I'm telling you that most of the shame that comes from being a whore, that most people that's being called off for being a whore, most people that see to get in fights with it. And I've been a bouncer in a club. Most of the people who I see
is a whore by definition, not someone is a whore by definition, not a woman who is I've forgotten the bloody these words. Who is what's the word where you sleep around a lot? Come on, give me the word. I've forgotten. It's coming out. Promiscuous. Is that not the very definition of a whore? It's a woman who is promiscuous, or a woman who does it for a living. That's the definition of a whore.
Yes,
right. So why should the way somebody dress? So why should the manner in which a woman dress, when by definition a whore is either a working girl or somebody who's promiscuous?
Thank you for saying it, because I was gonna say, how do we classify a lady of the night? How do we know the lady of the night? By how she's dressed.
No, Resla. No, that's so shallow. No, I know that you don't even want to get it. I know this is not you. That is shallow-minded.
We don't walk up to someone who is dressed in a fucking burqa and say, how much? We don't do that. We look at the woman actually standing beside and say, them yitties. And then we go, come on, Mel, come on.
No, come on, Resla. So you don't want your lady looking nice on your arm with a short skirt on? You don't want it, or with showing a little bit of cleavage? I mean, we're not talking about walking around naked here. No woman's going to walk around naked. Well, very few women are going to walk around naked.
How did I define looking like a whore?
I'm asking you that question. You didn't define it. I defined it.
How did I define earlier looking like a whore?
You said fishnet stockings.
How does the lady of the night look?
Yeah, but what normal woman walks down the mall in fishnet stockings, high heels, and a little tiny? How many women do you see doing that?
Ladies of the night, girls on OF.
Yeah, but the ladies of the night is something completely different. A working girl is a working girl. That doesn't mean that all women are working girls.
People who go to work are people who go to work. When we hear the term working girl, we all know what that means.
Yeah, we all know what that means because it's a societal definition of
how are they normally dressed, Mel.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you is most women don't go to the shopping center in fishnets and high heels and their boobies all hanging out. They don't.
Why?
Normally it's because they want to dress up nice for an event.
Like what? Because they're not dressed like what? Like working girls, like whores. Hey. Hey. So
there's a difference.
If I catch you looking like a lady tonight with your fishnet stockings and your high leather boots and everything, and I see you in the local Foot Locker, I'm not thinking you're there to buy anything except some pumps.
No, but look, I understand what you're saying. But tell me how many fucking normal women dress like that to go and buy their cereal or their fruit and veg. It's not going to be. How many women are going to walk in the supermarket with high heels, fishnet stockings, a tight skirt, and their boobies all out? Not many. A lot of the time, women will dress up to go out.
They do it. Wait, madam. Not only do they do it, but they do it bending over in those heels. And you know what they turn around and say? I'm just trying to reach the baby formula.
Are you talking about your special Walmarts that you've got there and the people who attend? Because we don't have those kind of Walmarts over here. Is that what you're talking about?
No, this got probably Kroger's.
We don't have those kind of special people in our supermarkets.
I'm just saying. I'm saying, folks.
That's a whole different category of specialness, right?
They be sitting there. They be looking at me. They got the. I'm sorry, sir, can you pass me the special K? It's too high.
That don't happen over here, Resla.
And here's the thing, they don't ask you to get it. They say, can you lift me up so that
that doesn't happen here in this country. I'm telling you. That doesn't happen here.
That's what they do. And I'm like,
look, I
you're
cannot.
your head as a guy. Why would they put the cereal on the top?
So you can lift your women up there
on the top aisle like that. What the fuck is going on?
Look, I can say hand on heart, I have never seen a woman in the British supermarkets do that or dress like that. Never. Now, I have seen clips of people in Walmart who have been special kind of people. But is it right to class those special kind of people as whores? No, they're just special.
The special? Oh, they're on the spectrum. Is that what it is? They're on the spectrum. They're special.
They're special.
God. What are we doing here? What are we doing? When I see a chick dressed like that and she's in the line ahead of me and I'm going, how's she gonna pay for all this shit? She got a nice little basket. They ran everything. And I'm looking. This is not with my girl. Look. How's she gonna pay for it? We sitting there, we doing bets. She think she's gonna rob, she gonna go in the crotch or she gonna go underneath the boob. Which one you think she's gonna do to pull up that card? Come on now, stop
No,
it.
I cannot relate to something that I've never seen before in my life. So maybe I have to come to the US and actually see it in my own eyes.
I hope that you guys in the chat are verifying this for me. I hope you guys are doing this because we know we see it. We know that if a woman's hiding something, she's hiding it underneath the boob. We know this. So the
Who the fuck does that? Hide shit underneath their boob. Who does that?
That's card storage. That's money in card storage.
That's where you hide your money and your cards and that's
your credit card. Because I don't want to carry. I don't like to have things with pockets. It's too much of a problem for me to have a bag around. I hide everything underneath there.
You women, right, let me just. I can't see the chat. Can I just ask the women? You not put your money and your cards underneath your breasts?
And if you're saying you're a liar. I don't know.
I've never put money in my breasts. I'll put it in my bag, in my wallet.
Every time I see a chick, she goes underneath, she picks it out, and she's like, not this one. Like from underneath the boob, and she stick it right back under. I be seeing y'all in the Stop and Shop.
How does that make her a whore? I don't understand. Is somebody put? I've never seen it, but actually, my grandmother. Actually, I lie. My grandmother used to put her purse underneath her breast. It's true. It happens. But my grandma from Italy, maybe it's a cultural thing. I don't get it personally, right? But it was to keep the money safe because who's going to go in between your breasts and get the money, right?
Yeah.
Right? But how are we? So we're going to call women hide things and their money underneath their breasts whores? No, it's insane. How can we call it? Even the way they dress. I mean, like I said, most women won't go around in fishnet tights and high heels and little mini skirts when you see them walking down the road. You're not. They dress up for a special occasion so they can look nice, and they do it for themselves, or they do it for other women, or they do it for men's attention sometimes. But why should we judge?
Again, you're not gonna budge me from that because I see it in everyday life. I see it online. I see it. Women are the biggest judgers when it comes to calling somebody a whore than the guys ever been.
I think it's an equal. I think it's an equal amount. I think when men and women judge women equally as bad and equally, and this is the problem with us girls. We not only have to be judged by men, but we also judged by women. So it's a double whammy. We get judged twice. Yeah, by both sexes. And it's not right to judge a human being on what they're wearing, but we should judge a human being on their actions. So
first of all, who's penalized for who's heavily penalized for going after whores? Who's penalized for sleeping with whores or paying for sex?
Well, men tend to pay for sex.
Yeah.
Women don't generally pay for sex.
Who are the ones that wind up mainly going to jail for paying for sex?
Are people going in jail for paying for sex?
Yes. In fact, they got stings that happen where women cops pretend to be whores.
That I'm not aware of. I'm not aware of.
That is nothing new. That has been around for ages.
The women cops are dressing up.
We have double penalties that not only is a woman not supposed to sell, but if a woman does sell and a guy gets caught for it, he doesn't just get fined anymore. He can actually see jail time.
How is that relevant to the discussion of how we judge a woman by the way she's dressed?
You don't see people out there claiming for homewreckers. You don't see people out there of the men talking about whores and how they're demonizing women because it's the other women are the ones that are going out there and locking these guys up. It's the other women that actually push for these guys to get locked up, to get fined heavily, because instead of finding girls, they're paying for people. In fact, most of the women I know are afraid of other women as being homewreckers than they worry about other guys. Because these women are running around scantily clad. I see most of my guys who I know who talk about people having work wives than most women that I speak to who talk about having work husbands.
Yeah, but the thing is, right?
Why?
If a man chooses to pay a woman for sex,
He should be able to.
he should be able to. I don't, there's a supply and demand for a reason, and there's been a supply and demand for as long as humans have existed for that kind of service.
Agree. But
right.
is there a supply and demand? Is there a supply and demand for men giving up, selling the yiddies, selling their own body?
There's a small, because you're going to get male prostitutes as well, but it's a very small percentage.
Cool. Have you ever heard of a man of the night?
Yes, I've heard of escorts, of male escorts.
No, nice try. I didn't say escorts.
No. Escort can mean two different things.
Yeah,
An escort can either one can be sexual.
Escort is not a man or a woman of the night. They are premium.
So where you going, Resla, with this?
No, an escort is not out in the streets. An escort, you have to have connections or a site, or you're paying.
You go on a website. You go on a website. You pay for the escort, and depending on the agency,
that's not the same as a corner person.
No, you're not going to see men in a corner unless it's homosexual men. That happens more often.
Or rent boys, yeah.
Rent boys, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens more. It's more seen out in the streets. So, yeah, but the reason why these women are out in the streets is because it's illegal. That's why. If we made it legal, then there would be safer, healthier, regulated, and on a whole, a much better organized industry, which has been around for fucking ever.
If you made it legal, would you see less whores or more?
I don't think there'd be an increase or decrease, to be fair. I think it'd be the same.
No, I think there'd be more.
No, there would not, Resla. Why would there be more?
Because that's the reason why we got OF so popular. Because you can do it legally.
No, legally is a safe way to control an industry which is currently not safe for women, right? We need to legalize prostitution so we can regulate it. And there's not going to be predators who do hideous things to a working. Because look, why is a working girl any less of a woman than a normal woman who's not a working girl? Why?
You gotta ask those other women that keep demonizing them.
A working girl normally will be forced into that lifestyle for a reason.
You gotta ask the women that keep demonizing them, because as far as we've already established, men go after women. Men love when women look naked. Men are the ones that are getting penalized for paying for the box. OnlyFans is officially legal because women are able to do it. I mean, let's be honest. When's the last time you ever heard of a male getting high subscription because of what he was putting out on OnlyFans? I'll wait.
I am more aware of the female OnlyFans than the male.
Exactly.
I've not come across it because I don't search for it.
Exactly.
No, I don't search for it. Us women generally don't need to pay for sex. We can just get it all by ourselves.
Right.
Right. we don't need to pay for it.
You can get it all by yourselves. And women are very much aware that women, it's so easy for them to get sex because women are the ones that are looked at as the most for being homewreckers by going out and dressing scantily clad and possibly even taking away available men.
Yes, women judge women as that.
Which means that they are dressing like that the women are demonizing them as.
Oh, that's all. That's just bullshit. Because a lot of the fucking time, you men are the ones that break your vows.
Everybody.
The men break their vows, and unfortunately, women. Yeah, the women get the blame, but somehow the men get away with it because why? And that's from both angles. From the woman's side, do you know one thing that irritates me is when, let's just say, in a situation where a married couple, the man is unfaithful. And then the woman, instead of looking at her man and saying, well, you're equally as a shithead as the person you've just fucked, a lot of women would defend their husbands, forgive them, and blame the woman. I don't know why women do that. I don't know why women do that. Excuse me, but it was your husband that strayed and not the woman who he was with that strayed.
And you know what they're going to say, right? Yes, he strayed, but it was this whore that tempted him.
I never understood women like that. I know they exist. I've seen it myself. I've never understood that.
In fact, we want to go back to the old days. We want to bring up like the 50s and shit. I love a little show that's called Mad Men. When the woman lost her husband and all the other women, the other housewives were congregating at the party and everything, and her husband went outside, who went to go take a drag or a cigarette, and that woman came outside. She said, you got a cigarette too? And they were smoking, and they were just talking about regular shit. She recently lost her husband. All the women went, all the housewives went, look at her, because why? She was on the market. Go get your husband. Why? She was labeled already as a whore.
But women like that are insecure women. Women like that are insecure women.
Women that chastise other women are insecure women, which happen to be a lot of women because they're trying to hold on to what they have to, which is why they call so many other women whores. It's not the men.
No, but we should try and go easier. Us women need to go easier on our own sex and start appreciating the fact. No, we don't, but not all women like that. You can't target all women like that. There is a lot of women that will target other women, like you just said.
Which is why I disagree when you try to say the majority happen to be men. The majority of ones who are chastising women are other women. Not
it's
men.
Equal, Resla. It's equal from both men and women.
No. There is
okay. Let me give you a scenario. Resla. If you went to a bar, let me give you a scenario. If you went to a bar and you saw a woman who was dressed, let's say, like this, right? All very conservative, with a jacket, all covered up, right? And then you saw a woman standing next to her with a short miniskirt and maybe a bit of cleavage. What is your instant thought when looking at the two women together? You're going to think that the woman who's wearing less is a whore, even though that woman may not have had sex in years. But you men instantly going to judge that the woman who's wearing less is a whore. So you can't say that men don't do it. Men do it. They just keep it in their brain. Women vocalize it.
So you're making my point yet again, because you're saying who's the one out there calling people whores more? If men internalize it and women out there being vocal, it is women, to your own admission.
No, but you men will treat that woman like a whore. You may not say it, but you will treat her like a whore. How many times have I heard men say that?
And the only time we can treat them, quote, like a whore is if they're actually in our beds. What other time are we doing so? Because the women are being vocal and they're not even taking them to bed. It's the women.
Yeah, but you men are instantly going to judge that woman.
The majority of us are taking women to bed enough to be able to call them whores? Absolutely not.
No, you men would take the women who you perceive as being whores, depending on what they're wearing, not even get to know them, and you treat them like whores based on.
Again, if we didn't get to your logic, if we didn't get to know them and we're keeping things internally in our heads, we're not vocalizing it, and we didn't get them in our bed, how are we treating them like whores?
You're telling me that the men aren't instantly going to judge a woman if she's wearing less than another woman? Come on. No, Resla. You are talking shit right now, and you know you're talking shit.
The goalpost. You heard my question. Don't move the goalpost.
What was the question again?
Your own admission. Yeah. I'll repeat the question. I ain't forget it.
Repeat the question.
If they are internalizing it in their head, they're not vocal with it. They're not taking them to bed, so they're not clapping those cheeks. How would they treat them like women? How they treat them like whores? How they treat them? We didn't take them to bed. We're internalizing it. We're not vocalizing it. How are we treating them like whores? When you said literally women, they're not taking them to bed. They're seeing them.
I'll tell you how you treat them like whores. I'll tell you how you treat them like whores, because you'll take them to bed and then you'll walk away from them without even getting to know them, because you're instantly judging them.
Be that high. You're saying that the majority of men are out there taking women to bed?
Yeah.
No, statistics does not prove that.
Yes.
But statistics does not prove this.
Oh, you're saying that women are taking the men to bed?
No, statistics will prove that a lot of that, not even half the majority of men are out there having sex on a regular basis. That's not true.
In the US, maybe? I don't know what the statistics are in England, here in England.
That's worldwide.
That the men have started having less sex.
If you want to look through human history, the majority of men did not go out there and start clapping a whole bunch of cheeks.
But if the men aren't out there, looking for sex, the women aren't getting it either.
Not looking. They're not looked at as viable partners, which means they don't get laid.
I think there's a minority of men. I think there's a minority of men.
There are a minority of men who get a lot of action.
Yeah. No. I think there's a minority of men who don't get any action.
No.
Minority.
Statistics will prove you absolutely wrong. And human history has actually shown that as well. The majority of men, because the majority of men don't have game. In fact, to make it even better for you, Mel, the majority of men are invisible to women.
I have to disagree with you.
Put my point out there.
I have to disagree with you. I think men give each other those kind of complexes. And I think that when men give each other those kind of complexes, it has an effect on their social behavior in regards to how to interact with women. I think this is a problem created by man.
The majority of women do not even pay attention to men because they only have a particular type of man that they're looking for in their focus, which means the majority of this is why the friend zone is typically reserved for who? Is it men or women? Come on, women. Come on.
It's more reserved for women.
Yeah. So that means there are a lot of men sitting in that pool of candidates that will never see the light of day.
So what are you saying? That we should all fuck each other? Everyone fuck each other?
No, what I'm telling you is that the majority, for those women that have all those men in there, there's normally a nice man that they can sit there and settle with. But instead, most of those men sitting in that category will never get the light of day because only very specific men are the one that's out there really getting it down. And that's statistically shown across the board, whether you are where the rising sun is, all the way to the set over here in the west.
I disagree with you, Resla. I think this is a problem created by man. I think you're looking at a very small demographic of women, which are normally young and beautiful. And then that's a small demographic of women. And you're saying... No, and that's what I think's happening. I don't see when you're all looking at young, beautiful women, and you're saying that all women do that.
There are older Spanish grandmas who can get it today.
I don't know about that.
Making the chicharron and everything, who are getting it. It's on social media. We have women out there in their scrubs, nurses talking about, I'm tired of being an auntie, I'm giving it up, I am 53, I'm tooting that ass up. And men are out there in their DMs.
Yeah, men are in the DMs constantly all the time. So that's why I'm saying that you're incorrect on this, Resla, because men are constantly in our DMs trying to get in our pants.
Yeah. Get in your pants, but are they out there constantly calling you whores? The answer is no. It's the majority of women.
No, I think it's equal. I think it's men and women who judge women on what they wear, calling them whores. When a whore, by definition, is a working girl.
Men are overly trying to get women. Women are overly trying to protect their men, but somehow they're equal in calling women whores. The math ain't mathing. I gave you statistics.
I'm going by my life experience and being on this platform.
The math ain't mathing at all. Not even a little bit. The men are overly penalized for even paying for box, but the women are not even penalized for selling it out. But we want to believe that it's
what they are penalized because it's illegal. It's an illegal action. They are penalized, which is why they take to the streets.
Name me a woman who's gone to jail for selling box. I'll wait.
Prostitution is against the law. You are breaking the law.
I love how you're dodging the question. Tell me of a woman.
I can't tell you specific cases of women because I don't keep up with the with prisoners and their crimes.
Then ask Purple Jesus. He got time. He got the internet too. Ask him.
Purple Jesus, how many women?
I'm not a part of this. Let the timer run out. I'm not a part of this. Let's go. Hey, yo, hit that super chat, y'all.
Listen, Mel didn't even believe me when I talked about fucking naked yoga. Well, I'm like,
No, I didn't. How? It's breaking TRS. How the fuck is it? I mean, how? How the fuck? Why the fuck is it happening? Oh my god! I just seen an entire vagina. Oh my god! How? How?
Wait, why are you still looking it up? What the fuck?
I'm just so shocked. Oh, how is this?
Okay, how is that possible? How is that possible? How is that possible?
How is that possible?
Exactly. I don't know. I'm so shocked. There's actual vaginas that I'm looking at right now on YouTube,
and it's monetized.
I can't believe it. What the hell? That must fall under a special category. Maybe, I don't know, like what category?
It's monetized. It is making a lot of money. Breathe in, exhale.
No, but I'm looking at vaginas that are being shaved. How's that yoga? I don't get it. I'm looking at.
Let's go.
I don't get it. I don't understand. But am I going to judge those women with their vaginas staring at my face right now?
Why not?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not my place to judge what other women do. It's not my place. They want to, the lady in front of me with her vagina facing my face. It's her choice.
And you know what the men say? Absolutely, let her be naked with the vagina in my face. We're good. But it's the women that go, "This is a whore."
I'm a woman. Did I say that this woman's a whore? That I'm looking at a vagina? No, it's her choice.
Do you represent the majority of women?
I don't know. Women in chat. I can't see the chat. Yeah. If you look up naked yoga on YouTube and you see a vagina like I'm seeing right now, are you going to judge?
For a live chat. You can look at the chats.
I'm going to look at the chat. Right.
You can look at the You can look at the chat. We know you're
I'm
watching.
looking at the chat. Right.
So a lot of women going on in the chat rooms.
Right? Would you say, if you look up right now on your phones naked yoga and you see what I'm seeing, would you judge that woman? I certainly won't judge, because it's not my place to judge any other human being. It's not. Unless it depends with their actions. Unless they do hideous crimes or something like that, when they take someone's life, I'm not going to judge a woman for being on YouTube naked. I don't care.
Oh, I was about to throw this on screen, but I realized I couldn't. Shit.
No, you can't throw that on screen. Don't throw it on screen, Resla. Don't throw it on screen.
It's crazy.
I know it's crazy. I'm looking at it right now. I didn't even think it was a thing.
Yeah, I look. They got the shorts and everything. They got shorts. Oh my days.
I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm like, wow. I mean, how?
Hey, yo, throw it on screen real quick. I got the back. I gotta throw it on screen. Let's go.
Listen,
no, it's on my phone. I'm not looking at it from my laptop, but I'm like,
God damn.
Wait, no.
Focus.
Yeah. It's like Pornhub on YouTube.
God damn. Who that? Yeah. Hey, yo, send me the link so I know what not to look for.
No, this is just a search. Just a search.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to figure out what not to
for research purposes.
Yeah. Facts.
No, wait. It gets better. Wait. Look at the top one.
God damn. God. Okay. All right. Take it off.
Take it off.
I'm about to drop the better. All right. Bet. All right. I'm going back on mute.
Okay. Yeah, but the point is here. I'm looking at the chat. Women, not a lot of you have answered. Would you judge a woman and call her a whore? Like I'm looking at YouTube right now. Would you call her a whore for doing naked yoga? And I don't. And now some women have said no. Come on, chat. Come on, girls.
Definitely be women who will tell you no.
I don't think that it's any woman's place to judge another woman. Does it happen? Yes. Is it right? No. I don't. See, I think women should leave.
The difference, Mel. The difference in what you're saying. You don't believe it's your right to call another woman a whore. That's right. The thing. That standard does not apply for everyone, especially for people who have things that they want to quote are good for society. Now, if you think that women being scantily clad is great for society, guess what? I'm there with you. Let them dress the way they want to dress. Let them dress that way. I love it. Go ahead, girl. I ain't got no kids. I ain't got no daughters. I don't got no nieces. Do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. But for what I see, and the majority of those people being women, they're the ones that calling them out there because they're the ones out there doing all the stuff. They're the ones with all the whorish opportunities. And in fact, I'll even do this. I'll even say this one. There is literally a popular podcast. Actually, there's 2 podcasts run by women. The first one got a lot of views behind it. It's called Horrible Decisions, spelled like whore. Yeah. And the second one, another one that we just saw, our freaking VP trying to go for president, Kamala Harris, on a podcast called Call Her Daddy, where she talked mainly about a lot of whorish activities.
No, listen, has society sexualized everything? Yes. We have to be really, I was having this conversation just with my brother yesterday, and I was saying that there should be a requirement for any platform or anything online when it comes to this kind of content. You should have to put ID proving you're over 18. Yeah. And there isn't that in place. So our children are accessing stuff like, I am so shocked that my child could watch what I'm seeing.
Plus, make it 18 plus, because apparently kid just gotta type in naked yoga.
This is what I'm talking about. It's insane to me that children have access on this platform to what I'm looking at right now, and I'm like, that is the responsibility of the platform.
They're seeking spiritual guidance. That's what it is. This
is that what it is? I'm looking at one right now. She's doing her yoga, and it's like, young boys are gonna love this shit. They're gonna love this shit.
I was just calling them whores because we're like, damn, they're all out here doing this.
They're not whores. There's a difference between allowing access to our children.
We agree. We're like, yo, they're doing it. They out there. It's the other women that are getting mad.
Oh, God.
It's not the guys.
Well, I don't know. Resla, if you had let's say a boy who was 11, you're a dad to a boy who was 11. I'm throwing an age out there, and he was able to access what I'm looking at right now. Would it not bother you? Would you call the women whores, or would you be concerned about the platform who's allowing children to access inappropriate material?
Ma'am, if I was a father to baby Resto at
El Picasso.
What did he say fuck me for?
He's your daddy.
If I had a kid, he's 11. Keep in mind, Mel, I lost mine at 12. And I understand that sex is going to be out there all the time. Yeah, Mel, I lost mine at 12.
No, society sexualizes too much now. We need to have tighter control.
I agree, but also from my upbringing, I grew up next to crackheads and next to hookers, literally next door to me. Seeing naked bodies was nothing new to me.
But would you have said that you were exposed to something that you shouldn't have been exposed to? So I'm just saying that children nowadays are exposed to adult content, and there should be more responsibility on the people running the platforms, including Pornhub, to say, right, let's have the data is not to be used for anything other than entering that site. That's it. So there's no, people worry about, releasing their data out and what was done with that data. These platforms should have ID clarification that whoever's watching, man or woman, are not kids. That is a responsibility that the platforms need to take on, because they're the ones that...
Technically they did. They got 4 kids and they have 18 plus. I'm just trying to figure out how this doesn't bring TOS, because I haven't figured it out yet.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm like, huh? Where's the vagina staring at me on YouTube?
Apparently, it doesn't break TOS doing the corpse pose or anything. So I don't know.
And this is what I'm saying. It should be the platform's responsibility when it's this kind of content to have ID clarification and it to be used only for, not to be sold to third companies, but only to identify the right people, the people who are adults are accessing it and not kids. Though those are the problems that we're having with the internet right now. We need to also reform the internet because our children are being exposed to shit that they shouldn't be being exposed to.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Let me tell you why it's for sure not gonna happen. Because when we were first getting introduced to the internet, right? What was the internet? What was the internet phrased as? A place where you can either get viruses that you can it was. Let me just say it was a place for hackers and for a place that you saw nothing but what? Porn. That's when we first, which means that, are you going to be surprised when the internet was basically introduced that way that you think it's going to be reformed now? We have naked yoga, my dear.
I know. I've just witnessed naked yoga on YouTube and I am shocked.
But you won't find men up there.
Look, I'm not going to judge the women who are doing naked. I'm not judging those women. I am judging the platform.
All that stuff. I'm with it. Free the nipple. Free the nipple.
Free the nipple. Yeah, but I'm not going to judge those women. I'm going to judge the platform where it's, and not because, adult content is adult content. It doesn't matter when men and women access this kind of content. It's their choice. My concerns are for the children, for the underage who are accessing this shit. And I cannot believe what I'm looking at on my phone. I am so shocked on this platform. And this is the responsibility of the platform to take the shit off it or do age verification. It's the responsibility of the platform, and we should have tighter regulations. The government should call in tighter regulations.
That's their thumbnails. It's not even going into the video yet. It's their thumbnails.
No, I know there's a video playing. I can't. It's
the video. Yes, the video.
There's a video. I'm like so distracted. Stop looking at it now.
Listen.
But I'm an adult. It's okay for me to look at that. But the fact that it's there and it's not regulated, and any child, what was that? I learned how to shave my butthole.
That is crazy. This guy over here.
But I'm not going to judge a woman that does this. You can't turn around and go, it's the woman's fault. She's doing that. Well, it's the platform's responsibility to keep that away from kids. When Resla, you're a creator. When we do lives or upload videos, we have a choice to say, A, is it made for kids or is it not made for kids? And do you want to make it 18 plus, right? That's our responsibility to make our content age appropriate.
Sure.
Right?
But I gotta work harder because no one's gonna be looking at my body.
Oh, I don't know, Resla. I remember one time when you came here with some sweats on and you had no underwear, and there was plenty of people looking at your body.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
I remember it distinctly in my brain.
Yeah.
I'm sure every woman in chat that day noticed the same thing that I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Did we vocalize it? No, we didn't vocalize it. Support Resla. Okay. So it's like I said, I'm not going to judge these women that I must turn off on my fucking phone because it's driving me. It's gone. Oh, it's gone. for their imaginative,
the educational treatment of how to take care of yourself.
Their imaginative approach to yoga. Oh, there's an echo. Oh, it's gone. Their imaginative approach to yoga. I'm not going to judge those women, but I am going to judge the platform. That's it. That's me done.
Again, I'm not gonna judge those women, and I'm pretty sure there are plenty of men like me that are not gonna judge those women. But there are going to be plenty of women that's gonna be like, "Fuck that bitch."
I hope, I live in hope that women. Why does the time keep going up? Everyone wants to talk about this
Because
topic.
people keep paying for it. It's
People-
the fire
yeah,
round.
people
That's
keep
why.
paying for it. That's
It's
all.
$1 a minute. I know you haven't been reading chat, but it's $1 a minute to get y'all to talk more. That's what
Okay,
that's
okay.
what's going
I've been
on.
watching
Yeah,
his
yeah.
thing pop up on the screen over here.
Oh shit. Okay. And now y'all got 20 more minutes. So.
Oh, talk about
Yo,
it.
salute to everybody for the support. Deadass. Salute everybody in chat. I'm gonna run this timer up. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, Resla. So here's a question for you: do you think that prostitution should be made legal, or do you think it should be kept on the street?
Oh, that's a very difficult question. I've had this conversation with a couple of people. I want to say legalize it. But I'll be honest, after I did a bit of research, I'm going to have to go in the position just saying I think that we should abolish it.
What, can you truly ever abolish it? It's been around since forever.
No, I don't think we can ever truly abolish it. People will still do things behind the scenes the same way how they do it now. But I don't think that we should go out of our way to legalize it because what I've seen, just based on how I looked at things in all countries, every nation, every city, every whatever parish that has adopted the ideal of moving towards legalizing prostitution has also had major issues across the board when it comes to trafficking. And if we want to limit trafficking, we need to limit those areas that are already opening the doors to prostitution. That's the only reason why. And I mean from children to abduction to production, all that stuff, all those traffickings.
So you're saying there's a correlation between making prostitution legal and trafficking?
Correct. And it just seems to be in all of the major spaces that actually promote prostitution.
You see, I would say legalize it because and regulate it, regulate it harshly, because look, trafficking is still happening now and it's illegal. Prostitution is illegal, and we still see trafficking. So
you're making my point. You're seeing trafficking mainly in areas that are mainly high in areas that are people still that are allowing, or rather that are still allowing areas where prostitution is still running rampant.
Also, feel free to hit the other topics too. Feel free to hit those other two topics at the bottom because it looks like we got a lot of time.
Okay. Carry on with your trail of thought, Resla.
Let's say those areas, whether they're in Europe, whether they're in China, which I've seen as well, whether in Japan, which I've seen as well, or even here in the U.S., areas, city states, whether, like I said, in Hong Kong, whether you have areas like Osaka and freaking and Tokyo, or whether you have areas in Europe, or even one of the biggest areas that we have is like Las Vegas, because they've actually technically legalized it out there. These areas are all big. They're known for trafficking, not just sex trafficking, but trafficking of all forms. So the idea of giving more of an open branch for people to do things more openly is not a good thing.
But would you not say that a regulation would
areas of countries that decide to clamp down and not really have that, those areas don't have signs of trafficking.
So you wouldn't argue that by regulating it, because obviously regulations and what have you puts more eyes on an industry, that maybe the trafficking may lower?
Cool. So this is the question. This is the question that I'll ask you. Give me a place that has had top-notch regulation
on legal prostitution.
Legal prostitution, on drugs, anything. They have top-notch regulation that things that never fell through the cracks, that there weren't any loopholes.
There's always loopholes, Resla. There's always.
That if you cannot hold it down, you should not open the floodgates.
I disagree because I think it would take the women off the streets and make it a safer place for them. I mean, everybody knows that prostitutes on the streets are in high danger and they get targeted a lot. You know, so I'd say from a safety point of view.
Well, let me ask you this question: why would a woman choose to? I mean, is there a reason why she chooses to be a prostitute and she can't just get a job?
I think some women are forced into the industry because of maybe addictions, trafficking,
Yeah, right. Right.
addiction.
So why would you open those? Why would you open those things up? Because these same women can get a job.
To make it safe for the women and to make it safe for the men too when it comes to STIs and STDs.
Would not be safe having a regular job.
Some women, like I said, are forced into the industry and have very little choice.
Why would we open the floodgates to possibly more trafficking for more women to be subjugated? Do you honestly believe just because we open prostitution to be legalized that all of a sudden they're going to be safe?
I think they would be safer, most definitely, than being on the street.
I disagree.
How do you disagree? Tell me why they wouldn't be safer in an establishment where it's regulated. There's security that protects the women.
Let me say right now, because there are establishments now and women refuse to go to them.
There's establishments now that legalize.
Absolutely, there
are. Not in the UK, there isn't. I don't know about the US. Is there establishments where there's legal prostitution?
There have been establishments. There are places online. Even when you say you want to say people who turn around and become escorting, that's an establishment. That's very. You get trained. You get all the other stuff. You have a clientele. That's an establishment. Right. Brothels are an establishment. They're not halfway out. No, they're out there already, but there are plenty of people who choose to pick that particular life. They choose that dangerous life. And again, they could pick up a normal job. Here's the truth of the matter where things become tricky that nobody wants to talk about. The money comes too fast.
The money comes through fast?
The money comes too fast. The truth of the matter is that picking a normal job where earning that type of pay may take you an entire week versus getting it over the course of a few
I don't know. I don't know too many prostitutes, so I don't know what the going rate is right nowadays.
The same way when we say the same comparison for those who are strippers. The money comes too fast. How much you can make in a single night?
Yes, the strippers can make a lot of money.
Comparison to how it was to work out for a regular week?
Yeah, I can say that a stripper can earn, one night what a regular job will earn you in a week. Yeah,
a lot of prostitutes, the same way house strippers will do the same thing because the money is abundant when they hit it.
So hence we should legalize it because to make it safer. Once there's eyes,
it opens up the door to other things.
I'm just curious to what the statistics are. I'm curious to see where the statistics are where we say countries who have legalized prostitution have a higher trafficking. I'm curious to what the stats are. That's all. I'm just curious because obviously I don't know what the stats are, so it's hard for me to argue.
Can you address the question right here?
Can Resla explain why trafficking is high in these countries? That's where I went.
Part of the reason why they're open to them is because there are so many. First of all, a lot of these areas that get started out, the same way how Mel was even putting up, is because they're already in areas that are trafficked. So, for instance, I'll even say here in my state of New York, in my city of New York, is that we have areas where, yes, we have plenty of areas where people are out there in the streets. I mean, they're open. It used to be a nighttime thing. Now they're open in the goddamn daytime, where, quite frankly, they are here as illegally, of course. It's already an illegal activity, but also they have pimps. Pimps are everywhere, and pimps are also known to be a part of illegal crime. Right. It's not some neighborhood thing. You get people who get their passports taken and all kind of other stuff that also,
which is more to support legalizing it, because then you don't get pimps who are violent towards the women who take the passports.
You absolutely would, because the reason why they also hold on to the passport, I mean, we've even seen it with the idea of how the situation was taking place, even with, quote, Andrew Tate. A lot of these women don't want to do a whole lot of the thinking, and they get dragged into these particular things.
That's hearsay. We don't really know what happened there.
No, that method is already. It's not just simply an Andrew Tate thing. That is a strategy that's been put out for generations.
Can you explain that exactly what you mean by that?
By having multiple women who are getting paid money to do all kind of different things, and the money is more than ever seen, and believing that the person is going to be able to take care of them because they know what's best for them.
But would you not say that pimps are threaten women's lives, so the women don't really have much choice when a pimp enters their life?
First of all, because this is to be this stigma that comes around pimps, right? Like, because I just want to put this right.
I've never met a pimp, so I'm just going by what I know.
Are you aware of how many women? Because when we said the word pimps and we start talking about this stuff, we also are in the mindset that we're saying that women don't have a choice. There are women who actually set up these things that they choose the pimps. They choose this lifestyle.
Do they choose it, or are they forced into it by a pimp?
No, they're not all forced. There are plenty of pimps that do not lay hands on women. They force. Yes, they're all over. Now, I get, again, you don't know any pimps, and apparently you don't do enough research on them, but there are plenty of pimps all over the place. There are people who are
it's not a topic that I've looked into, pimps.
Again, the idea, because the idea of having a pimp is not a management system to hold clout quote over the woman, but it's a sense of security. Because who the ones that are gonna get their hands dirty when a John acts out of pocket? It's the pimp's job. Right. But the women won't give it up because what I said earlier, the money comes in too fast. It's good revenue.
But this is an industry that's been around forever, Resla. We're not gonna abolish one of the longest serving industries.
Let me make this clear. If it's been such a long-standing industry that has always shown to be such greater good, then why is it for all of the
I never said it was for the greater good. I said it's an industry that's been there since the beginning of time.
And keep in mind, if an industry that's been, so has bricklaying. You know what?
I think prostitution is older than bricklaying, because I think prostitution came before even the brick was invented.
The idea of building shelter, keep in mind, it's never been legal. If it's been such a grandstanding thing that people will be get on, it would have been legal a long time ago. There's a reason why it hasn't been done so.
Yeah, but that's more of a moral. That's more of a moral stance on the legalities, because you'll get, people of faith. People of faith.
Why? When people of faith can easily argue the fact of saying, well, Jesus was nice to whores.
Well, you can answer me that question, because exactly that. Jesus was nice to whores, but then you get people of faith,
which means it's more than which means it's a problem that's more than having to be moralistic. It's not as simple as just being about people who are religious. It's more than that.
Well, apart from the moralistic aspect of it,
the first thing people go to is they start talking about morals. When we have to remember that the majority of human history of human beings are not religious.
Well, so I'd have to disagree with you there.
What about those who are not religious that are not for it? We got to speak for them too.
But why should anyone? Yeah, but why should anyone have the right to say certain women can't be prostitutes because of their opinions?
Because we live in a system where the majority is the one to vote, and bills go onto the floor that have to get voted on, and the people who are placed in those particular power, like I stated from earlier, from the local elections all the way up to their primaries, are the ones who get to be the ones who push forth those particular things.
I think
starts with the societies that we are in, and the majority of people who are in the society we're in say that it is deviant and we don't want it.
It is deviant and we don't want it, even though it's the oldest profession in the book.
You know what? What's the oldest profession in the world too? Killing. We don't want it.
Yeah, but that's different. Ending someone's life and having sex with somebody are two completely different things.
Wait. Here's another thing. Having sex with minors, we don't want it.
No, but that's fucked up. Nobody wants that.
That's the oldest. So you say, but it's the oldest thing in the world. We don't want it.
Prostitution is not the same as having sex with minors. These are two completely different things.
No. The point is, there are plenty of things that we see that have been the oldest things in the world, and they also say that we do not want it. That's my point.
No, you're right. I mean,
when the majority says that we don't care how old this is, we do not want it, religious or not. That's where you stand.
But I think more people are more open now to legalizing prostitution than they used to be.
Or maybe because you and maybe particular people that you have around you have blinders on. Maybe it's a bit of an echo chamber because they believe in it as well, that you believe that the majority does. But the truth of the matter is that through legislation, through time and era, we see that these things have not opened up. Why? Because the majority of people say otherwise.
But it's been illegal for all of time. Has it eradicated it? No.
And it stays illegal for a reason. Now, because you have not gone out your way to seek understanding as to why it's still a big problem, because here's the truth of the matter: the world doesn't owe you or me understanding.
No, but let's compare it to, for example, in America, some states have made marijuana legal when it's always been illegal.
Sure.
Has it not improved the quality of the product?
No,
because it's regulated.
No, it has not.
I don't know, because it doesn't apply here. But the people that I've spoken to that take legal marijuana, they call what they used to get on the street dirt weed.
Not everybody can walk in and get marijuana from dispensaries.
They can't. I thought in the states where it's legal, anyone can go and do it.
You have to have a prescription. You have to have a card. There's a whole process.
In the legal states, you have to have a prescription.
Yes, you have to have a card, or you can't just walk in and just buy weed.
I didn't know that, because I've known people, like everyone knows that, my associations of people in the US who just go out and get it. I didn't realize you had to get a medical card in the legal states. I thought it was only in the illegal states.
Yes, you can't just walk in and just say, "Yo, I just want some of that gasoline," and I just buy it. I can't.
Okay, but my question was to you: has it not improved the service and the product by legalizing it?
No.
So you would say, are you against making it illegal again?
No, I mean, it doesn't affect me either way. In fact, the way how I am, I'm just like, people are going to do what they're going to do. Legalize all drugs. If they want to kill themselves, kill themselves.
I think, but I would apply the same to prostitution then. Why, why are we saying it's okay to legalize? It's okay to legalize narcotics.
But here's my point when I say, if they want to legalize all drugs, legalize all drugs. The truth of the matter is
they have in Canada, haven't they? They've legalized all drugs.
Well, here's the thing. When it comes to being in different countries, are a lot of countries dealing with drug wars?
Yes.
Are they dealing with sex wars?
No.
So therefore, the idea of legalizing drugs would actually hurt a lot of drug war gangs that are trying to bring forth stuff. But the same thing would not be for prostitution.
Well, why not?
Because prostitution has already been linked to what? Trafficking.
Let me just
trafficking.
Yeah, but where's your stats? Show me your stats that you were looking up. Which countries have an increased trafficking rate that are also open to legalizing prostitution?
That's not going to be a problem for me.
No, go ahead, give it to me, throw it to me, and then I can turn around and go, yeah, you're right, I was wrong. Legalizing prostitution is not the best idea. I just look at prostitution the same as your movement in the US and Canada of legalizing narcotics, and it's improved the service because you're not getting random shit laced to random shit from the streets. You're getting a controlled product. I don't see how it couldn't apply to prostitution as well.
Show me how that has improved the quality for people's lives.
Because when it's legalized and it's regulated, you're stopping infections, STIs and STDs, because you're putting regulations
for dispensaries.
No, for the sex market.
Oh, because you said drugs. It's improving the quality. I'm like, well, how is it improving quality?
Well, the the drugs is improving the quality because it's not being laced with shit. It's being regulated when it's put into the dispensaries. I would argue that you would get a better service if you legalize prostitution, because these women would have to be tested, whether it be men or women who are doing a prostitution, would have to be tested on a regular because it's regulated. So it would be safer and a better quality of that particular service. It just makes sense to me that it would be a better product, because women on the streets aren't regulated and you don't know what you could catch, because maybe those women don't even know it themselves because they're not in a position to get regular checks. I don't know, guys. Am I talking crazy? You know, am I insane for suggesting that prostitution should be made legal, to regulate it? Is it going to get rid? Is it going to?
The issue that you're pushing, again, because I said, even stated from the beginning, is not for the simple fact that prostitution should be legal, but most people don't ever look at the things that are attached that go beyond it. They only see the one thing and they never think about anything else around it.
But I'm waiting for these stats on the correlation between the prostitution.
I'm working it right now. I'm gonna
legal prostitution. I mean, I would have thought that when there's eyes on an industry, it would reduce the number of trafficking because there's eyes on it. That's what makes logical sense to me, but I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'll say I'm wrong.
Plenty of people have eyes on stuff. That doesn't mean that they properly regulated.
Romano. I don't know, guys. Maybe I am. Look, am I a liberal? Yes, I'm a liberal, and people are not going to always necessarily agree with me. I try and not judge or discriminate. I try and look at things with an open mind. There are going to be plenty of people who are not liberals like me who are going to disagree and call me a liberal feminist, blah 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 blah, like I have been called on many occasions. Good morning, Sippin. You know, I just think that the same process.
I thought it was over.
What happened?
Fuck. I thought it was over.
Oh,
Thank
no,
you for the
opened up
super
that
chat.
floodgate.
Thank you for the
did
super
that.
chat.
Michelle, apparently so. If you call it yoga, then you see vaginas on YouTube naked. I was like, I couldn't believe it.
I've added the time.
Oh my God, you lot want more? Okay. I have no idea how that doesn't break TOS, what I've just seen. But I'm not going to judge the women that are doing yoga naked. Maybe they feel more, more connected to Earth. Maybe it's a grounding thing. Let's go back to basics. I don't know. I don't care about their incentives. Maybe it's just to promote their only pages. What I'm annoyed about is, now that I found out that it exists, is that children have access to it. That is not a judgment on the women. That is a judgment on the platform that's allowing it. Yeah, because any child can type in what I've just typed in and access that. I mean, if it's not on a child account, because obviously if it is on a child account, and that's the parent's responsibility, guys, to make sure that your child has a child's account where that kind of stuff is not accessible. So it's kind of like both parental responsibility and the platform's responsibility, because any child, children are clever nowadays, because they can turn around and show you that they're on a certain account, and yes, they're registered as a child, but that child is not going to stop doing another account which is not registered as a child. And since YouTube doesn't, I don't know, does YouTube ask for ID for over 18? I'm just curious, guys. Does anyone know? Because if they do, then it's kind of a little bit regulated. If they don't, Am I going to judge the women that are doing it? No, I'm going to judge the platform that's allowing it. So I don't know what you guys think. What do you think, Resla? Are you judging the women or are you judging the platform?
Well, yeah. Well, we can look at the platforms who are actually doing that. But like I said, I'm just wondering what the hell the TOS is. But if you're allowing that, you're allowing that. But no, you don't need a. I mean, so long as you have a like say YouTube, so long as you have a Google account, an email, you technically have anywhere you can go on YouTube. So no, you don't have to put in any form of ID of whatever. But I know as content creators, we can put whether it's going to be child friendly or 18 plus. That's just pretty much the limit on that.
I mean, I'm just going to have a quick look again to see if they. But how would I see if they're 18 plus as a viewer?
Well, I do know this. If it's for when you do content that has like children, that there are a couple of things like you can't put up a chat for one.
Right. Yeah.
So there are things like that.
Let me have a quick look to see if there's this chats, because if these creators that are doing naked yoga, for example, and they're not putting it over, not appropriate for children, then yeah, I'm going to judge that creator that's doing naked yoga too, because at that point you don't give a shit that children are accessing. So let me have a quick look. I swear I'm going to get flagged up. I'm going to get flagged up looking at vaginas. Right, okie dokie. So let's have a look. No, but hang on a minute. These are from 13 years ago, 11 years ago. Maybe the platform's changed. And it's changed because these are quite old. Oh my God. God, guys, you need to have a look. It's insane. Right, it's insane. This one's got millions of views, and this is a very naked lady. I'm just going to see if it says if they're allowing a chat. Yeah, so obviously she's done, and this person's been responsible and done. This is not appropriate for children material. But still, like I said, kids nowadays, they're too clever. They're cleverer than us, and they find means and ways around things. That's why it's up to the platforms when there's content like this, which I still can't believe it's on YouTube. You have to upload. You should be able to upload ID, and which is not to be sold to third parties, because I think that's what people worry about when they worry about the third party selling of the information. And I think this is why people are so hesitant in showing ID. But if we have platforms like, for example, the crypto market, you have to upload ID. And it's regulated to an extent, but you have to upload ID. Why can't we have porn sites that do the same thing? And if you do that, you might find that less people will watch it, because who wants to run the risk? Some people, whether it be male or female, would be ashamed if they got caught. So I think that it would actually decrease viewings for porn sites if you have an option that you have to show ID. I think it would make less people watch.
Did I miss this one? No,
you got it, because I read it earlier. You can get now you can get away with women whipping their breasts out who clearly have never had a child, and call it breastfeeding, and then they've got their OnlyFans page in their description. We saw that. I don't know, guys. I think a platform like YouTube needs to be really careful with this kind of content, and because a lot of kids use YouTube, I think it needs to. I don't know how the hell I am viewing what I'm viewing right now. I don't understand. I'm so shocked by it. But even the breastfeeding ones, women who very clearly, because you can tell when a woman's had a child, their breasts get larger because of the milk content, and then they start sagging because they've had like a balloon effect where their breasts have got much bigger because of the milk in them, and then when they go back, when the milk goes, unfortunately they're never the same again. and the women who that I've seen, thanks to our lovely crabs, who brought up a clip, and I wasn't expecting when the nipple just went, and there's a doll, there's a baby doll. I was like, how? I don't get it. Do we put it under educational? Is that what we put? Is that what I should put for it? Do you get away with it if you call it educational? You break away with TOS? I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm so confused. So yes. I don't know, guys. I think we're running onto dangerous ground here at this point, because I don't. How can I just have accessed what I did, and how on a platform where
I don't know how I got access to what I did.
No, I don't know. I don't get it, Resla. I'm like, so guys, that's my opinion anyway. I think, in regards to prostitution, I'm still of the, unless Resla says to me there's a definite correlation.
I've got plenty of stuff. I'm trying to make sure that I'm trying to give you something that's more balanced, because the articles that I'm looking at talks about prostitution, but then it heavily gets into trafficking, and I want to make sure that I give you something that's more
I was going to say I need to know more about the correlation, like the stats involved in that.
No, they mentioned that a lot of the things that are happening in prostitution are because of the instances of trafficking, and there goes your correlation. And it's in different areas all across the world. It's in the Asian areas, it's in Europe, it's over here in the US. There are a lot of different areas. I'm just trying to make sure that it's something that we can actually say that we can agree upon, because there's one I'm even looking at that says there is a complex relationship between legalized prostitution and human trafficking. I do have one that's up there.
I mean, I just put the chart on for a minute because I'm waiting for your stat, and look up Brazilian wax. Oh God, you lot are gonna.
What about Brazilian wax?
No, I don't know. I'm going to find out right now. Let's have a look. What else I'm going to be shocked at? Brazilian waxing. Oh my God! What the hell? Too many vaginas out on display. Too many vaginas.
There you go. Then
I've got to stop. I can't cope anymore. I've seen enough vaginas for one night.
Too many vaginas.
Too many vaginas. Thank you, Kurt, for Again, how does that get away with TOS? I don't get it.
I don't know.
Educational purposes like that will be used for recreational use for some folks, right? Dragonfly. I mean, like Locksmith says, what about special ed? So if I call what about special ed? Guys, I am shocked at what I've just seen. I really am. And I don't understand it. It's beyond. I've put it off because I can't watch anymore. But in the whores, bringing it back to the whores, bringing it back to that, right? I personally think that both men and women are equally as responsible for judging someone by the way that they dress, and I don't think that's necessarily very fair. Does it happen? Yes. Is it fair? I don't think so. I don't think it's right either.
So let me just ask you this question.
Folks, we are donezos. That was really good. Jesus, it's really been 4 hours. 4 hours, 30 minutes to be exact. Wow. Thank you for the support. Thank you for Mel and Resla. Make sure y'all go sub up to Resla. And from here, I guess we will do whatever Mel wants because it's her channel. Hey, everybody.
Resla, I thoroughly enjoyed what, in my opinion, wasn't a debate, but it was an intellectual. It wasn't a thrashing, an intellectual back and forth, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I think that me and you, Resla, could probably go on for about 10 hours and be able to go back and forth, agree, blah, blah, blah. And then like it's been, I've really enjoyed it. Thank you. I was a little bit anxious when I first started because I thought Resla's a really clever boy. He's going to get me.
I decided I wasn't gonna bring the Tesla demon out.
Oh!
Well, I'm not gonna lie. He kind of dog walked you in the beginning. But
yeah. That's why I said, like, I knew I was up against.
I thought about it, and I said, "No, I'm not gonna do it." She's being very nice. I'm gonna be very nice.
In the fire round, though, y'all were going at each other's necks. Y'all forgot y'all were friends. Like, I like that.
Well, I guess the learning thing we can take from that resto is that maybe some of the subjects we need to think a little bit harder on, because when there's two people who agree a lot on certain subjects, it's difficult to have a rebuttal, an opposing rebuttal.
Yes, yeah, and that's on me. I take full.
I'm not saying it's on you. I'm just saying that
well,
maybe.
No, but it is though.
Because we've got Glenn next week, and I've spoken to Glenn, and me and Glenn have very similar opinions, like me and Resla. So,
well, depending, because we might be switching Glenn with Lemon next week.
You want to bring it early?
Yeah.
So, couple of things, Mel. Just before I forget. So,
no, Resla, give it to me.
Yeah.
So
let me get some notes.
So yeah, so there are I just for you later on. I do have a couple of links for you, especially the last three, like rather than the first early three. So I put 6 back there, but the last three really tie more into the correlations between prostitution and trafficking.
Oh, I'll be really intrigued to look at that when I finish, just so I can get some facts.
I see that Crab sent something. I have the same. Well, he's already one links is back there. Yeah, but you and I have the same link, Crab.
Yeah, they're already in your Discord, Mel, so you can check those out.
Oh, good, because I really do want to check it out, because if there is a correlation, and obviously I haven't seen the data, then my argument will change. Because if there is an increased rate in trafficking, then obviously I'm going to say, no, let's keep it illegal. I'm all about the safety of women.
Of course.
And the safety of girls. So, no, I absolutely love that, Reza. I mean, I can open up. I've got another hour and a half, guys. I can open up the panel if you don't want to come up, because in an hour and a half I will have to go. And like I said, me and Resla, if we weren't stopped, we would have gone on for many, many more hours.
Yeah. It was a great conversation. I was like, at first I'm kind of like, are y'all fucking or fighting? But then I was like, oh, I'm kind of digging this, because like, us panelists or content creators, we don't really get to talk to each other one-on-one a lot. If it's not like a phone call where something happened, it's like we have to call each other on Discord or something. It's like seeing two content creators like talk actually is great. And I think that we kind of merged the thing that we was trying to do. Remember when we was like, oh, it's just going to be a discussion between, men and women. It's going to be Mel versus Mel. And then like, I was kind of like, no, let's make it like a little debate thing. I think we did both.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting for me because I really had to go on taking points that I'm not comfortable with, but they're really not my standpoints. But I just said I'm gonna go that route anyway, which means I had to really try to convince myself to make sure I stay on that. Because for the most part, I think me and Mel, we agree pretty much on a lot of different stuff.
Yep. Is that you?
And that's one takeaway that I'm taking away too, Resla, is that I need to maybe argue a point that I don't agree with, like you did tonight. So 100% I'm taking that from this discussion. Hey, Crab.
Hey, what's good?
Crab.
Yeah. Good job. Yo.
Hey.
Yo. Yo.
I feel like
is he gonna yell at me? I don't feel like being yelled at.
Why would they yell at
No, I'm kidding.
Why would they yell at you, bro? You feel guilty for something? You feeling guilty? What's up?
No, in the beginning it didn't go the way that I thought it would, but it ended up being very good actually. And I think we're gonna keep the fire round. I think the fire round is a really good thing.
Yeah, with really controversial subjects on it. Yeah, I mean, it just felt like like I just said, it felt like a really good sex session with Resla. That's where I feel satisfied.
Sex session.
I am pleased. What can I say?
We did it really nice and sweet at the beginning, and then we got a bit rough towards the end.
I am going to be right back. I will be back before the end of the show. I gotta go check on Flow State. He's over there on lemons right now. So.
Okay then.
Poor guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check on Flow State. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Behave.
Me? I always behave.
Everybody.
I'm a saint.
Good job though. Good job, everybody, and thank you again for the support from the chat. Like, I didn't expect that fire round to go that long, but thank you, and I just pulled that part out of my ass. I ain't gonna lie. But we did have some people like Crab helped.
Thanks, Crab. Was the fire round a bit like the rough sex bit?
I don't know, but that stuff it was way too nice. It was like I was watching my grandma have like coffee with a friend or some shit.
It was.
I'm not saying you like my grandma. I'm just saying it was that kind of hospitality.
Not the grandma. Damn.
Not the grandma.
Panel is open, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, panel is open, guys. I'm here for an hour and a half, and then I've got an appointment that I've got to attend to.
Yeah, it was just too friendly.
It was too friendly. Yeah, but that's because me and Resla, we like each other. That's why. And we have the same, very similar opinions.
Yeah, that's why, like, he just, like
I said, if it was like we were given questions and we were told, gotta take this side, gotta take that side.
Nah, you can't do that.
I think that would have been really, really rough for the both of us. But I think if we had those positions that we had to take, it would have been more interesting.
No, you got to have some fire in your belly about your side that you take, and you actually have to believe it, sort of thing. Like, I think Resto just needs to figure out like 15 or 20 mainstay topics and just hand them to the person and say, what side of this are you on? And then just line up the ones that they just
yeah.
I mean, this is work in progress. Don't forget, this is only my second debate. So we are really, really in the very early stages of what I really do think is going to be entertainment for our viewers. Good entertainment for our viewers. So we're still in the early stages of production, let's say, where we're learning. And like I said, what I'm taking from this is that maybe I need to take a stance which I don't necessarily agree with for the sake of it. No?
You can't do that. That'll be painful. Like,
Resla did it though tonight.
Yeah, but even him trying to push against his own beliefs, it wasn't as fiery as it would have been if he actually believed it. Yeah. Didn't have the commitment to it. Not that he wasn't trying.
What is the chat thing? Because like I said, I've had the chat off all night, guys. So I'm looking at it now. And
I'm pretty sure I said a lot of shit that they're gonna be like, Resla was
I didn't see anyone talking shit about you or Mel. Only things I seen was like people like it's too agreeable. they're just talking. There's no debate. They're getting along.
Mel Pandora, what was the question? The question, I wanted to know I wanted your opinion, guys. Everybody in chat right now. Krabs just said it was too agreeable. Can you help us improve Mel versus Mel? We appreciate everybody's, everybody's input because we want to make it the best we can for our viewers. And we're, like I said, we're still in the early development stages. And, the fact that Resto may want to bring Lemon in next week, that's going to be fiery. That's going to be a fiery one. So I want to...
Lemon's good.
No, I like lemon. I mean, for the chat, it's going to be fiery. The chat is going to be fiery. I thought it was good, just not really a debate. No, yeah, it wasn't a debate. That was a discussion. I agree. You need more drama. Okay.
Well, the drama would have just came with those who just have a hard stance, and that we really didn't have that. That's all.
Right. So Mel has to be less cordial. Okay, noted, guys. Noted. I'm going to try and work on that. More drama, more action. More action.
Nah.
What do you mean by action? You want me to stop throwing things at my screen?
I don't think
it's like what I say about people on social media. You know what it was? You wasn't cussing me out and calling me names and.
No, because I read up that debating, people that go to personal insults, it's not really, it's frowned upon. Really, that's not really debate. Yeah,
I agree, but that's what people find as debating, and they find it as sensational. They find it as entertainment. I agree. I don't like it, but that's what people see now as debating.
Yeah, but I also, Resla, I would say that when somebody starts throwing personal insults at you, it's because they've run out of ideas to go back and forth with. So I don't think I want to incorporate personal insults. To be fair, myself, it's not a direction that I'd want to take. If somebody has more knowledge than me, like Resla did a couple of times, then I just accept that person has more knowledge than me on whatever particular topic, and I'm not going to stop calling him names because I don't have the knowledge that he has. I think that's a little bit of a underhanded move, personally.
You can't really force those things are like if you cordial.
I'm supposed to make my point. I'm supposed to show you naked yoga, and you're supposed to get mad and call me a premature ejaculator, and that's the way we're supposed to.
You were called a premature ejaculator? Damn!
You should have called him an incel for looking that stuff up on YouTube.
Yeah, listen.
That is definitely
you incel.
I would definitely want to bring that up actually as a topic about incels, because that's an interesting topic. Like what truly is an incel, and what's right or wrong about incels. Because I think incels gets another word that gets thrown around too much, and you argue the point is also called. Yeah, that guy, I personally don't want to take that direction with throwing insults. Now, that doesn't mean that nobody's going to do it to me. But to be fair, I would have to, if somebody throws me an insult during a debate, I'd probably find it funny and just not intelligent. And this wasn't a debate as people normally know it on YouTube, because the insults start flying in. But I guess we're going to have to understand definitions of debate, right, Crabs, Resla?
Yeah.
That's fair. I mean, I haven't formally debated in many. Well, I've had arguments, but I've not formally debated anyone in many years, since like basically high school.
Before I came on, Resla, I actually watched Trump and Kamala, right, just for a little bit.
Terrible.
I was just watching because I thought, let me have a look at how they're doing it. You don't see them throwing insults at each other, so why should it be any different on YouTube? That's a political debate.
Yeah, you should have watched. You should have watched Trump and Hillary. You would have saw something a little different.
Oh, really? They were throwing personal insults at each other?
Sure were. Until Hillary messed up and called people deplorables.
I've never seen a political debate where they've called each other names and attacked each other's the
generals, the primary. Oh yeah, listen, just the whole Republican, they were going after each other. I loved it.
That guy says nothing against your point. It's a distraction. Yeah, maybe it might buy you but then you're going into a whole new kind of. If I start throwing insults at Resla, and then Resla starts throwing insults at me, don't we lose the objective?
That guy isn't saying you should use ad homs. He's just saying why you don't. Like, you should always attack the argument, not the person.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, attack the argument, not the person. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So there was no winner tonight. No, because me and Resla were too agreeable. There was no winner.
Badass industry's got it correct. Too many people are now trying to jump into this idea of blood sport debate.
Yeah, but that's different. That's why I said it's important to do a definition of.
I agree.
Because a blood sport debate is a debate, but it's called a blood sport debate for a reason. And whereas I was kind of thinking maybe going more along the lines of a political debate, and
that's fine. I think that the form that people are trying to take now, well, I guess depending how you look at it, because I've seen Fatty, I know you're trying this. I think I saw at least one with Francis. Like, I know people are trying to get more of the structured, and then everybody's trying to figure it out all at the same time. But versus the blood sport thing, it's a new thing, and really it's just about, it really just dives strictly into ad homs and just who can shut who down. And to be honest with you, they're never really putting up actual statistics or anything. It's just, so you don't know? Yeah, because such and such and such and such, and your mother this and your girl that.
Right. And I don't think that's me. I can't see me doing your mama jokes. I can't see it. I don't know. I don't know if that's the direction I want to take the blood sport debate.
You don't need to.
I agree. Palace Industries, he's right. Wilson definitely, he will definitely do the whole appeal to authority. He will definitely go in. The sarcastic tone. There are plenty of people who do these kind of things. But like I said, at some point, someone always goes off the rails, and it always becomes the cheap shots. Whether it's him or whether it's anybody else in those sectors, they always wind up going to cheap shots at some point. It never
the pendulum doesn't have to swing that far.
That's
but
correct.
You do need some contention in the discussion, because it's male versus male. It's battle of the sexes. It needs to be some sort of contention.
I mean, and not to mention, yes, Mel, because you're going to be taking on all these different people with so many varying opinions. You got to be ready to defend yourself.
Oh no, yeah, I'm expecting
I mean,
at some point.
Most aggressive. You got to be willing to do it.
I am expecting at some point that I will come into a debate, discussion, whatever you want to call it, and somebody will take that route. Yeah, I will deal with that when it happens, because I don't know how I'm going to react until it happens, right?
Just laugh at him like you did with Patty with some of the silly things he said.
And I did, and I also laughed at Wilson, if you remember correctly, when he came in hot. It made me laugh.
I think the laughing at them actually worked well for you when you did it.
Did it really? I actually genuinely found it funny. I did.
You kind of just like laughed at them and moved on, and it was pretty cool.
Thank you. Well, no, because it's funny, you know, like you wouldn't go to a supermarket, like I said last time, and go and buy, I don't know, a packet of cigarettes and go, give me a fucking packet of cigarettes, would you fucking pick me shit for? You wouldn't do it. So why?
That sounds like rage. Is that rage? Is rage here?
Yeah, maybe rage should be better on blood sports than me. That's why it made me laugh, because it was like, it's so alien to me to go into a conversation and go, you fucking love it. And I'm like, huh? That's me. Armitage says, I'm a grower. You are. You use the I am rubber, you are glue defense. That's interesting.